Hello, everybody. It is Saturday night. Welcome to the pub. Last Dance RW. Good to see you guys. We've got Steve-O. What's going on, mate? Riddle's here. Cool. McGrand. Long time no speak. Good to see you, man. Welcome. Hope everyone had a nice week. We're getting there. Still pretty freaking cold up here, but spring is in the air. So hopefully you guys had a little nicer of a day wherever you are. And we'll go ahead and get this thing fired up if everyone's ready. And yes, he is. How are you?
All right. How you
Good,
doing?
man. Pretty good, thank you. How's life?
Oh, life's pretty good. I looks like I finally got the switch uh, that has 7 cables entering the junction box.
Yeah.
I finally got that thing wired up correctly. So I'm glad I don't have to
What-
hire an electrician.
Was it a cut wire?
There was a short.
Where?
It well, it was out in the middle of the cable. The electrical cable wasn't in a conduit. It just ran, about 12 inches underground. Not even that, 5 inches in some place. And right where it kind of comes out underneath the sidewalk at the other side, there was somehow it shorted out. I don't exactly know what happened, but that was it.
Was it UF cable? The
I don't know.
underground?
I don't know. I haven't pulled it out yet completely. I've just been digging to expose it.
Uh,
So it could have electrocuted me though because it's so shallow. If I was, digging with a
sure.
with a shovel. So when I replace it, I'm going to connect it to a ground fault circuit interrupter.
Okay, sure. Change the breaker, you mean?
No, I will actually just put in a GFCI outlet and attach.
In line with it?
Well, downstream of it, yeah.
Right. That makes sense. So if anything trips, it'll trip that and shut off the power.
Exactly.
Are you going to just splice it and go with that, or are you going to replace the whole wire?
It actually, interestingly, it was kind of there are 2 runs, and they meet in a junction box at the garage on the inside of the garage, and it was so the part that goes outside underground is one of those runs, and the other part is just the inside wiring. So that was nice. So that when the underground part shorted out, I only have to replace that section and
Sure.
just bring it back in to that garage junction box, and then I could hook it up.
Cool. Well, good deal, man. I'm glad you got it on the run, as they say. So
Yep, I'm feeling good about it.
a couple days and you'll be back in business.
Yep.
What is up, bud? How are you?
Oh, I'm all right.
Hey,
Hello. I hope you do pretty good with your ground faults. We've been having issues with the newer ones. They don't last very long, especially outside.
I was concerned about that.
Be prepared that if it's easy access from here, you're just switching them out, but it's just a cost. For some reason, they're very cheaply made.
You mean the outlets?
The ground faults themselves, yeah, the outlets.
Ground fault, GFCI outlet, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there's like,
Yeah.
it's like the metallic framework on the inside, it just fails in a very short period of time.
In a weatherproof box and it's still
Mhm.
failing? Wow.
That's right.
That sucks.
We have one set up for the electric fence system. That's the one that keeps giving us issues, but it's just a switch out. It's just a thing.
Wow.
But
Wow.
congratulations, man! I'm sure you felt like a real man, like a real American hero after that.
Well, not exactly, because I completely relied on Google Gemini to guide me
That's not a
through it.
disqualifier these days. What are you talking about?
No, not at all. It's a tool. It's just another tool in the arsenal.
In another 5 years, we'll have a little like drone that follows us around with that unit inside of it that we can just keep talking to it,
Hmm.
just like the video games I played growing up. I know that's real.
RW, you might be interested in this. I had to gently chide and cajole Gemini to get over a hump that it was stuck on, and it was kind of funny. I'll send
Like
you.
a coddling type thing, or
Yes, exactly. A little bit of criticism, and it got a little defensive. And then,
what- yeah.
but then it said, you're right. And
Really?
yes,
I am curious what the topic is because I'm only really listening to Jeff when he interacts with ChatGPT, and that's very, very, very liberal. And I'll interact with Grok, and Grok seems a lot more like dumb when it talks to you, but it doesn't seem to have as much of those bias walls. So I'm
Yes,
curious
I-
what Claude's problem is, like where it ran into that.
I don't have Claude. I have Google Gemini.
Oh, Gemini. Sorry, yeah, it's
Yeah.
third. Right, which I've never interacted with really besides Google search.
Yeah.
I tell you, just your basic AI, any of them, I assume, but I just use the one that is attached to Google, the free one.
yeah.
And for repairing appliances, you can like upload a picture of the label with the model number and serial number and describe what the issue is, and it will almost exactly tell you what needs to be replaced, what component. Pretty cool.
I'm trying to do
Rather
that
than-
with my own body.
Yeah, I mean, it's for stuff like that, whereas, I don't know, you would call technical support and they would go through a bunch of tests, or sometimes they wouldn't even talk to you if you weren't a, appliance repair person or whatever. Now you can basically get all the information you need, including part numbers, where to get it, and like, my one problem with it is if you inadvertently close that tab, at least on my phone, like I could have, a ton of stuff that I want to save as reference, and it's just gone into the ether, Hey, Tibblenocky, what's up, man?
Yeah, that's life, man. It's good to see you around here. I haven't been able to chill with your crew for a while, but he always has very interesting conversations with his
Yeah, he certainly does.
online family.
Yeah.
Are you guys against the concept of AI running like the tax system or whatever? Because our tax is currently locked up, and we have to wait for the government to contact me so that I can then try again to send them the same information or talk to some guy from Bangladesh or whatever so that I can get my taxes back.
You're federal?
Federal.
So did you do it yourself or use an accountant?
Yeah. We did it ourselves. And
I
then yeah, go
I
ahead.
once had a similar problem like that. It was unbelievably frustrating and made me so angry.
Yeah, we submitted ours and got our money already, so it's very smooth this year. Well, I got audited by the state, which is kind of a joke, but I'm complying with them and their requirements.
Are you guys against AI running that system so that there's no longer human waiting time?
I'm not against AI if it improves service, but I do think you have to have humans for people who are older or aren't computer literate or, struggling otherwise. You can't just have a computer, or because sometimes the AI is imperfect and you need a human at times.
I think
So
the issue it would be like security issues. But even with this current thing, like they were trying to get me to prove my identity, and on the phone they're like, "All right, and we're gonna take pictures of your face. We're using biometrics to identify you, and so you are who you say you are." I am such a bald person that it would politely tell me that my face is too bright. I cannot accept this information. Please wait till a human contacts you. But if we're moving towards biometric scanning, I would think even older people should be able to be securely dealt with by AI for their tax purposes.
See, current AI is impressive in many ways, but it's still not. It still should be viewed as a tool for people rather than a replacement for people.
Agree.
Now, it may very well make people so productive that that tool is that you may be able to do away with other jobs for people, but still,
The ones in
that will
Bangladesh.
be because that one person becomes so productive that they are take the place of two or three other people. So,
I mean, I know if it's like humans are still last century, I get it, but this is gonna happen. I'm just talking about what's happening. It's happening.
what's interesting to me, as someone who's now been using Google Gemini and paid for it to get the top tier of the system for a couple months, is it has it knows about everything. It has
does.
breadth and depth.
Yeah.
So it's bizarre. It's hard to see how that makes you more efficient. For example, suppose I am a software developer and I use Google Gemini. I might be able to produce maybe twice or three times as much code. But there's this vast. I could also probably be the CEO and the CFO and the electrician and
But
the
how-
janitor. Every specialization you could sort of one man band it, or at least it's getting there now.
But how often is it giving you bad information that you have to already know is incorrect?
Yeah, that's important that you not that's a good point. You need a way to verify what it tells you, and if you're the way you verify it is to grab the wires and it's wrong, you get electrocuted. So you can't use it in safety critical things for sure, including your finances, which in a sense are critical to your financial health. So you absolutely can't use it to tell you how to invest, even though it may offer suggestions. You just can't use it for that. You can only use it as a tool that you subject its output to further verification.
Do you believe that AI or LLMs are biased? Are they programmed to be biased on purpose? Because I believe their ability to access information is getting faster and faster and faster. But I'm also experiencing gaslighting type experiences.
Yeah, I think they can be tuned by their owners, and they can be biased. It's a mistake. I think it's bad for the bottom line, that the financial bottom line of a company like Google to bias their AI tools. But yeah, I've noticed bias, not necessarily the liberal bias. Even when Google's Gemini first came out, it was the thing. If you asked it to show a picture of Nazis, an AI generated picture of Nazis in 1944, it wouldn't put a white person. It would refuse to put a white person. It put
which kind of skewed the
blacks
information
and
a bit.
Hispanic. It was bizarre. It was truly bizarre.
Why?
Google programmed in some kind of diversity goals in there, and so the result was it biased the output, and the result was absurd.
So rather than give you some pictures of SS soldiers from World War II, it's going to give you some bullshit
It's not going to be Aryan blood.
asinine answer that makes no sense at all.
Yes, it did.
That's
They-
wild.
They later apologized for that output.
What did they get flagged for? I thought it was like the founding fathers or Native
Yeah.
American Indians or something along those lines, and people are like, "What?"
Everything at that point, when you asked, if you said, "Give me an image of the first, Thanksgiving," there would be no white people in it. It would be
You're just like,
Indians
wait, let me do the
and
math.
black people, and maybe Eskimos. But I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it was just so bizarre that it stuck out like a sore thumb.
When I talk to younger people on different servers in Discord, because I've been bouncing around again, there's definitely more of a fear amongst the youth of white people being done away with in the United States of America. And I asked them, are you afraid of the white skin color disappearing, or like the American culture not being Caucasian anymore? And I can't really get a direct answer, but they kind of are basically just saying all of it. And I thought
Yeah,
that was kind of over, but I guess it's still a major fear amongst some
Yeah,
group of
To
people.
me, that's extremely bizarre, but maybe I'm missing something. I don't see that as a threat at all.
What is white culture?
I have no idea.
I
The
mean, because white
culture-
skin. I mean, I don't even think it's possible genetically. Even, there's. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think there is such a thing. Just because there's so much. I don't know. Whites just don't think as a herd. They don't.
There's a lot of
They
division,
don't.
that's for sure.
You're right.
I mean, you could point to things like, country music fest type shit, like,
Not laws, casseroles, and fruit and shit.
you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't
Say
know.
again, Steve.
The whole country music scene, country dancing, I don't know. That seems like.
Yeah, but that's more rural versus city, right? It's not race.
No, I mean,
But
it's
music
popular
also
up
changes
here.
over time. Music changes, and we listen to older music and appreciate it. It's not like we're gonna not listen to Johnny Cash anymore because Beyonce made a country album.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm pointing to the fact that it's very popular here amongst whites in Massachusetts, and there is no rural Massachusetts, at least where I am. There is when you go out more to the western part of the state, but practically speaking,
CJW
reality,
Wales.
Welcome,
that
Wales.
doesn't exist. So
I
I disagree. I think there is a white culture, or white, not but just white culture in general.
Give us some examples of our roots.
How so? Like,
Well,
what
like
do you mean?
what is that culture that what comes to mind when you think of that culture?
Well, I just brought up an example.
Country music.
Country living, like I'm not the country culture, of the music, the redneck aspect, the trucks, and I
Okay.
know
There's
that's
also
bleeding.
blacks and Hispanics that partake in this culture.
Of course, and there's white people that partakes at least superficially in black culture and Hispanic culture as well. You're going to have overlapping. Nothing is like completely homogenous, so of course cultures are going to blend. But I mean,
I just want everybody to know that there's an honor Notlove is a Canadian, and he's an expert in American politics and culture, and so he's going to be letting us know how that works.
mhm.
So
Yeah, I don't know. The whole culture thing, anyways, is kind of. I guess it's a little bit silly, anyways.
See that I think that is not a threat at all. The real threat to the United States is from socialism. Our edge is our entrepreneurial culture.
where do you
And,
think? Sorry.
And
Yeah.
the Democratic Party is gradually becoming a mostly socialist party, kind of like the Labour Party in the UK. And I think that will cripple the entrepreneurial culture, and there's culture, that has allowed America to thrive.
I mean, corporate will also monopolize and take away the mom and pop entrepreneurial opportunities as well, possibly. Do you believe that the socialist aspect is from within the United States, or do you believe there's an outside force that's motivating that?
Definitely from within the United States. Definitely
agree.
from within the Democratic Party.
So
It replaces. It replaces the decisions of the entrepreneur with the decisions of the government, and the government, is not smarter than the entrepreneur, and the government is not smarter than the market. The government is less smart, is always less smart than the market. And free markets, free markets are the thing that makes the United States the powerhouse it is. It's not. It's not our resources. It's not American, rugged individualism. It's the free market and our culture of entrepreneurship. And
Well,
those,
is the free market getting the middle class in trouble?
well, I don't know how you can measure that. I mean, what
Well,
where the middle class disappeared to? They disappeared to the upper middle class. That's
well,
where
what I'm
talk
talking
about the
about
shrinking middle class.
is the scenario of upper class, larger companies, entities with money buying a lot of houses and then renting the houses. That's become quite common now. So now you have houses are expensive, people can barely afford them. The people who are affording them a lot of the time are buying them to use as rentals to make money on. And it's just making the market absolutely ridiculous. 35, 40 offers on a house recently, a couple towns over from me here. The line for the walkthrough was like out the house down the street. When we were house shopping 11 years ago, we saw 7 houses in one day. We didn't see one other buyer or couple or buyers or any other agents. It was just us. And the inventory was fat back then. Now the inventory is incredibly thin, and he could basically point to capitalism is the reason for that. Essentially, people are using the real estate to make money. The banks are making money off of the higher interest rates. It's just that's so. Do you fix it by creating laws that are anti-capitalist, saying you can't buy all those houses and then rent them? We're gonna forbid that legally.
No, I
That
don't.
seems un-American to me,
Yeah.
but yet I understand the plight of these poor people who are making between a couple of 120, 130 grand, and they're like, there's no way we could afford a house right now.
Why not? When it comes to supply and demand, why aren't people able to buy small lots? Is it because they all want to live inside of a city or a certain suburb that it's all competing, and they're not wanting to live or able to live rurally?
Well, it's not the city, it's the suburbs that are hot right now, at least here in the Northeast. The cities themselves are down a little bit. The suburbs are hot.
Would it be un-American for a state government to incentivize new build outs, and housing that's affordable?
See, what do? How do you do that?
I would think that there's a lot of land. You'd have to push away from suburb, because if you're defeating for land, if you're competing for land, I don't know how that would work. But if there's a bunch of land available and the state tries to seed that area and create opportunity in that area, is that a possibility?
I don't think so, because unless you're making the builder somehow like a state employee, the builder and the contractors who are constructing it want to make expensive homes because they make more money. So there's not as much motivation to build affordable housing.
What about a tax break for building in those areas?
That
I mean,
now
you-
you're wandering into socialism, like you're bordering it as you start with that. That's the point I was making. Like true capitalism, entrepreneurialism
If I
wants
were
the
to,
market wide open, and we do it anyway, and that's what it is right now. Go ahead, Last Dance.
yeah, I'm sure if I were to look at why there aren't affordable houses in an area, I would find out that it's not for various reasons. It's not. You can't make money by building, houses that are affordable. Now, why that's true is the question.
Is that a lobbyist thing? Is that a
No,
conspiratorial
I-
to think it's lobbyist?
I assume that that labor is extremely expensive in those areas, and So the solution is for people to move, basically, move to
What
areas.
is that the course correct? In the
Yeah.
situation where the upper middle class and the wealthy are forcing everyone to rent the homes that they've purchased, how does that course correct? No one can afford the rent, therefore people have to sell off what they can't afford because they're empty?
I mean, you won't be able to afford to live in New York, at least New York City, near New York City, and you won't be able to afford to live in California. But you will be able to afford to live in red states, for example.
Barely.
Barely, but it's more affordable.
I think you can live in New York if you're an illegal migrant. You get your accommodation supplied for you, taxpayers' expense.
How was your did you take the day off and go to the Node Kings in London? Did you have a good day there?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No.
Wait, they actually have a king. Right.
I mean, I don't know how many New York housing, but I think it was the Roosevelt Hotel, which is a very famous one from years back. I think it's the Roosevelt. Might be confused, but that's like fully booked out with your doctors and engineers, and it's been for about 3 years, 4 years, to my knowledge. And I heard there's tens of thousands of people in New York just fucking illegal immigrants just wandering around doing fuck all aimlessly, just like it is in the UK.
I don't know much about it. I know New York is a little bit like Boston in that I think the professional people who are living in the cities want to get out and live in the suburbs, and they're now realizing they're stuck. They might be able to, but they're going to be renting a house, and they're going to be paying, say, $3,500 a month for a full-size house, $4,000. You know, that should be a mortgage payment on a decent little house, but they're going to be paying somebody else's mortgage, which is what happens with, these house rentals.
About a week ago, the mayor of New York, she's some stupid, crazy liberal, she was on interview saying, we need our big taxpayers to come back. But what's funny about it is in 2023, she told them all to fuck off to Florida. And guess what? They've done it. Over the last couple of years, they've done it. They've left. And now she just realised all these social programs that they've all promised, they haven't got the money because a lot of taxpayers have left. And she's failed. She didn't realise, really, because she wasn't challenged because it's liberal TV.
I'm going to have to move from Maryland because it's just too. They take too much money. They have an inheritance tax and they have death taxes. And when I die, I want the money that I worked hard to make to go to my kids. So in order to do that, I will have to move out of the state. So I've got no choice. Pennsylvania looks like a better deal.
Even when they're dead, they're taxing you.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, come on, bro. Florida.
Pennsylvania is close by, so I'd still be able to see, family and so forth. In Maryland. So.
Yeah, Jersey is housing a lot of them. They live across the line and then travel into work.
Yeah, New Jersey, a lot of the New Yorkers, they've left New York and gone to New Jersey, haven't they?
But Jersey's
already before
terrible. Jersey's also a democratic state, so the taxes are sky.
But New York has
some lower.
And New York has, RW had brought this up recently, which I didn't realize how extensive their laws are for proving that you're not in the city. I know that if you're earning your money in the city, but you live out of the city. I don't know. They're trying to make it restrictive to leave, essentially, right?
There's a leaving tax. I think it's something like 10% or something.
Yeah, it's fucked up, dude.
and the funny thing about this is, if, for example, I got taken out on that and they took 10 grand off me or something, right? You know what I'd fucking do? I would make sure I wouldn't spend a penny in there. I would never recommend anyone go there. I would just desert it in my brain because I just feel like I've been fucking robbed again.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like New York, the heyday of New York, has come and gone. I was there in the '90s. It was great. Just vibrant, energetic, awesome place. I don't know.
Where was this?
It's a lot like
NYC.
Detroit used to be.
NYC? You know, it was
I
I
haven't
would
been there
have
for
no-
25 years.
exactly.
It'd be like it's going to be like the '70s soon, in there.
Well,
Fucking robberies.
It's a
Very
crazy
everywhere.
model. We don't know what's going to happen in New York City. All we know is that they're going under a fantastic change in some direction, and when Mamdani's finished or thrown out, it's going to be something. We don't know what.
It'd be a fucking mess.
I think you pronounce his name differently than
What is it supposed to be?
Donnie, how do you pronounce it?
I think you say Mamdani, don't you?
Mamdani, Mamdani.
Oh. I
It's
said
like saying-
Donnie, but it's
It's like
spelled
saying Iran
Mamdani.
or Iran, right? Who cares?
Yeah, as long as people know what you're talking about. Unless it's
Yes.
like real bad, then your eye starts to twitch and you try to do your best not to care. But
it's not a big deal.
Right. So you're actually pronouncing it the right way, RW. I think
thanks.
I was
I'm
pronouncing
glad
it-
because I've been talking a lot of shit about this guy for a while, and I wouldn't want to say his name incorrectly.
So it's Mam Donnie.
Yeah,
Ma'am,
It's ma'am.
it's man. Yes.
Nani, ma'am,
And a
Nani?
lot of I looked this up and spelt it the wrong. I just wrote it Mondami, and it said that's a common misspelling of his name. So I was about to
amongst
correct
white
you with
people.
the incorrect.
It's Kamala. It's Kamala.
And it's
Yeah, I
nothing
don't
at the
even-
moment.
It's
Yeehaw.
it's Kamala. Whenever I want it to be.
Do you guys think that the economic? This is a comment from Not Lost. The economic problem in America is that there is no long-term plan. Do you guys agree that there's no long-term plan, that we're just kind of floating?
Oh man, that's a complicated question.
I mean, in certain ways, I can agree with him. Our
I would
healthcare
say-
system is kind of like just band-aided and holding on and just pushed forward into the
In his-
future.
As soon as they made, I think yes, I think for the most part, I would agree that the economic outlook has been short-term planned for sure.
But
It's
the
just like every
Constitution
country.
seems pretty solid, right? Like that's a strong foundation.
With the
That's what,
Constitution,
the Constitution is a plan, correct? Like it's an outline plan for the nation to progress into the
Yeah.
future.
yeah, the Constitution is like a protective bubble for the country, right?
Yeah,
But but the economy
w-
is different. I don't know, like how to.
would you agree that the Constitution is not what makes the country? The people make the country.
The
Yes.
Constitution holds them in
Partially.
a framework that they have to work within so that the country can exist.
Yeah,
but there's examples of the Constitution. I'm gonna have to check it up now. In Africa, whereas they've copy and pasted the U.S. Constitution basically, and it's a fucking beastly third world shithole.
Well, they've
because-
always been such. Their history is not the same, you know. It's not. It's
No,
not.
because it's not the history;
comparable.
it's the people.
Yeah, it's also geography as well. Like it depends
Well,
on a lot of things.
you think people can't behave properly in Africa?
Well, when you have a small, I mean, no, not at currently, no, not at all. Look at their
Okay.
situation. It's been like this for since ancient history. It's always
But
been this way.
what I'm trying to say by that, if you keep on importing the third world, you're going to end up being the third world, and the Constitution won't.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, you're right about that. Yes.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean-
You can't mass import and expect like they there's no like acclimation. There's no what's the term I'm looking for? Not
Yeah.
acclimation, but I mean it is acclimation, but
well, I'm speaking on.
assimilation.
I'm speaking with obviously personal evidence.
you
from
guys-
the UK.
You guys are having it hard right now. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like you guys are like in a almost like a crisis state. I want to say I'm not there. I'm not sure 100%, but it looks like you guys are.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's like you guys got to do something, and it's unfortunate because it doesn't help that the government is like against the citizens when they complain about stuff. You're just called racism. Or
I do want
racist.
to push back on Welshie a little bit. As long as it's understood that there's absolutely nothing wrong with immigration if we're following it according to our system. If we're bypassing that and allowing a flood,
Yeah.
I agree with your statement. But if we're following our own legislation, I don't see it being an issue within the United States. The United States almost runs on immigration.
Oh
Well,
yeah, but
Yes, but legal immigration, like the
Right,
issue is
of course.
massive illegal immigration, and I mean you're right, RW. That's true, but the problem is like it's massive illegal immigration. It's just like they're taking over cultures. You can have just a bunch of people not following the process properly, and the government not doing anything about it because that's what they quote unquote supposed to do. It's like that's why not even supporting the Iranian war, right? Quote unquote supporting it because they're afraid of pissing off their local Muslim population. It's insane. So they're controlled by Muslims because they allow this to happen. It's unfortunate, but it's true.
yeah.
All right, so we're going to say about 12 million illegals came in when Biden was president. 12 million. Do these people who are protesting, are they saying we want that every president, like there should be 12 million illegals? Are they advocating for that sort of leadership?
They're not advocating that, but that is effectively what their ideology says.
You mean no borders, or why are you saying that?
Well,
Essentially, because they're saying, they're anti-ICE, and most of the people being removed, a lot of them came in illegally under Biden. But so by their actions, they're sort of saying all illegals should be coming in. Let's have that be the number, 12 million. So that's what 3 million a year they want. That's what it was under Biden.
it's not like the reason illegals aren't coming in is because they're being shot at the border or what. They're not coming in because they're getting deported so quickly. So
Right.
it's not worth it for them to come in. But as soon as you get the Democratic proposal, which is to deport nobody because somehow the deportations to them are immoral, then you'll get 12 million more coming in.
Yeah.
Because once you come in, you can't deport them. So why should they come in?
And another thing they don't like to report on, in a lot of places where ICE have been hitting, and they're heavily populated with illegals, rent's gone down. And the reason why rent's gone down is because there's less people looking for property. It's shocker, isn't it?
Demand is reduced.
Shocker.
That's supply and demand. Less demand.
Like I said, the people who lose out with a low-skilled migration, full stop, whether it's legal or not, is the working class.
Yep.
Yeah.
Biden and Obama both deported more more illegal immigrants than they did it legally. The issue I would have is that Biden didn't stop them from coming in droves. And then we're also pushing back on sanctuary cities right now, which is where a lot of the crap's coming from.
Like I keep on saying, leave the sanctuary cities alone. Let them turn into the shit hellholes.
No,
Leave the shithole places, the sanctuary cities.
please.
All the criminals will flock to them, and it'll make the cities even worse. But it'll be a mirror to see, like,
I
stupid.
get
so
what
much
you mean,
around it.
Based. You know what, Based? I get what you mean. However, at the same time, I do still live around one of those things, and I don't want it to. It's already like quote unquote fallen, right? It's Los Angeles, but I don't want it to be this way forever. I mean, you got to do something about it. So,
But they, look, like I said, California's been a Democrat for like 25, 30 years, right? The bottom line on this is
like
now
25, yeah.
it would do it good, and it would send a signal out to everyone else the illegal migration in uncontrolled numbers, where it ends up being a magnet for these places because that's the only place they'll feel safe. Allow it. This is what I say. Allow it. Allow them to all flock there.
Yeah, I mean, I get
Having-
what you mean. I get what you mean. Like, you need a bad example, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. The whole idea of sanctuary cities should be illegal. Like, we didn't vote for this; they just deemed it. And you talk about no kings, right? You got no kings protests all over the place in California, but really, you should be protesting against Newsom because this guy, all he does is just pass laws that we don't agree with. It's fucking ridiculous.
Wait, isn't it 12-13 over there now?
Over here, yeah. Over the UK, yeah.
Yeah, well, Low for Sheffield says it's 113 now. He could be absolutely hammered. I don't know, but I thought it was 12-13 right now.
He hasn't changed his clocks from about 3 weeks ago.
Not
you
well,
guys
if you got info, just name it out, man. If you can do it for any state, just pick one yourself.
you guys haven't you changed your clocks on March 8th, is that right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know when, but it's a couple of weeks ago. Obviously,
Anyways.
obviously mobile phones do it automatically now, so a lot of people don't even notice it.
Yeah.
Wait, I mean, you haven't changed your clocks sprung ahead yet, right? In the UK?
I think that I don't know if they went back. I think I don't know which way they went. I can't remember. Oh yeah, they went back an hour.
Oh, they go forward, spring ahead, fall back.
I don't know, but you're on an hour earlier.
All right, that's what I'm wondering. You haven't done what we did, is what I'm saying. We changed our clocks already, which you haven't done this spring.
Sounds right.
Otherwise,
Bottle cap says they go forward in an hour and 45 minutes at 2 a.m. and their time.
oh, so it's tomorrow. This is it,
Yeah, well, it's
okay.
already tomorrow there.
right? So it's literally happening. This is the last pub. Then next week they'll be at 12:30 a.m. when we start at 7:30 p.m. Got it.
I want to push a little bit farther on the ICE thing. What do you guys think about the 3D chess move of having them run the airports so that all the people that have to show identification may no longer wish to be flying?
Doesn't bother me.
It's
I don't
4D
think-
chess, man. It's good. Works.
I don't think they're doing any immigration stuff at the airports.
I'd be very surprised if ICE is working as TSA and they're not running ICE as well. That would almost be foolish.
That's just the information that I heard.
Okay.
Well, basically, from what I've seen in a report from CNN of all news companies,
Reliable.
Thanks, E.
that they said that they're like filling in gaps from the TSA, so they're doing a lot of the menial sort of stuff.
You're
But
talking about like
there was no queues. There was no queues like the day after they turned up, from what I could see. All the queues had just disappeared.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Hi, Banks E.
Good morning.
And the good thing is that they can go into other transit hubs like bus stations and stuff and pick them up there instead. See them? Do you know what I mean? Because that's where everyone's going to go to. So that's the moment where you actually get mobile teams out there.
They have
Yeah.
that quality, dude.
So, are you guys? Because I missed the setup for this, I apologize. You're talking about ICE in helping out, or quote unquote helping out TSA in the airports, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what do you think, Steve?
Honestly, I think it's fine that they're there to help. I don't know what they're gonna do. What I am finding out recently, though, is Trump has signed something for them to get paid, TSA. And why didn't he do that 42 days ago?
Oh, wait. So, do you agree with it or not?
Well, yeah, I think they should get paid. I don't know why he didn't just.
They should. Get, what do you
Oh,
mean
wait a
paid?
second. Sorry.
Well, the idea of ICE helping out TSA, do you think it's a good idea? Or what do you just think of it in general? Do you agree with it or not?
We got two of you, Smoke Steve. What's going on?
Oh, bloody hell.
There we go.
I think it's a fabulous idea. You can just catch them at the airport, and you don't even have to take them too far to get to the next plane. You just got all the planes lined up. Just
Yeah. Well, I agree with
catch and release. as
Gotta
they
catch
say.
them all, right? I agree with you, Banksy. However, Steve, what do you think?
Hold on, I've got like two fucking not tabs. What's the
Oh.
thing on the bottom called?
I don't know what you call them. I'd call them. I don't know.
Windows,
Windows.
two different browser windows.
No, it's
Not
not
just the
browser. He has two of him
avatars, or two of his
in
Yeah, but
StreamYard.
The ones in grey. The ones in grey. So the one in grey you can get rid of.
Oh, he's got like a.
He deleted the wrong one.
Yeah, he got rid of himself.
Not
He's
the
gonna have
one
to
in
get
blue.
back in.
All right. Well, all right. So the question remains, Dance. What do you think?
What do I think about?
ICE
Funding.
in the airports.
Well, I don't know. It doesn't matter, right? As long as they know what they're doing.
I think it matters a lot, to be honest. But,
Why?
Well, because that's what do you think people are going to flee? If they're going to
Flee?
catch illegal immigrants, yes. If they're trying to flee the country, if someone's trying to leave the country or enter illegally, either exit or enter.
Or just fly from one state to another. Just use planes. Period.
I assume that ICE is just manning the checkpoints that TSA normally does. And that's how they're helping out.
Well, they
I would say
can't
their
do much
presence.
with. They can't do much with luggage, but they can guard the section where you can't go back in once you leave.
Well, why choose ICE
should
though,
do
right?
that.
Why choose them in particular unless you wanted to also benefit from their ability to deal with immigration? You could
I think
choose
it's
another part of the federal government to police.
I think that's a good question. I think it's
Well,
a psychological effect.
Because they're
Go ahead, Dan.
they're police-like officers, and they're in the Department of Homeland Security, so it's in the same department in the government.
The sworn
are-
officers.
We are
The
also
thing
at
is, I
war,
actually
though.
know someone who's in ICE in the United States. Well, I know his mother, and this individual is a qualified police officer. I don't think he's a state trooper, but he was actually gonna go for FBI training as well. But generally, he's
hell is
just a federal. It's just he was a. Oh, I know someone crunching something.
I have
Sounds
no
like-
idea what that is. It's
No,
not-
Sounds
he's
like
just
a
a-
grasshopper eating something.
But he was just like a regular officer, police officer, which he then went into that department, that ICE department in that area. They're not like some special magical people that they find in the woods with the fairies. They're just police officers that are just reassigned to different tasks.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, they're police officers. I don't know what the hang up is with people saying they aren't, but I don't see any other reasonable choice, RW. I mean, they're in the same department as the TSA employees.
But if they're not trained whatsoever, you could put in the National Guard there just as well, correct? They could be trained just as well as ICE.
I think it's problematic to deploy the National Guard to airports for menial tasks myself. I think their
would consider
deployment
both of the same.
I think their deployment should be saved for emergencies. And
Well,
that
ICE?
no, the National Guard.
Oh, the National
I think
Guard,
ICE is already working. ICE is brown money. They're already getting paid whether they're collecting illegals or they're helping at the airports. The Guard
Can you
works
give-
their own jobs before they are deployed, and then you'd be taking them out of their. Then you're crossing the line, I think, with using the National Guard maybe for something that isn't.
It would also give the
Right.
impression of a militarized airport far more with the National Guard than it would
Well,
with,
that
with the ICE.
you know what? Sometimes that needs to happen. The impressions be damned. Honestly, who cares about image at some point? You have to do a job sometimes. Like for example, Steve, when do you think is a good example or a good emergency? I don't want to say good emergency, but what do you think is a proper time to deploy the National Guard?
Well, for example, like the Asheville, North Carolina thing, if they needed something like that, I would
Yeah.
say
What
sure.
happened? What happened?
Natural disasters, of which
Natural-
there
I
are,
mean that's great. Yeah,
there
sure.
are plenty of those every year.
Yeah,
all over
assisting
the place.
FEMA. That's fair. That's good.
Mhm.
But okay, so basically, is the implication that it's been? Do you think the National Guard currently is being exploited unfairly, or?
I don't know, but we were making the point of who else could do this at airports besides ICE, and RW
Oh.
brought up the point of it could be the National Guard, and I'm just saying I don't think that's great use for them there, personally.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. Yeah, that's fair.
You couldn't use FBI agents; they're way too overqualified.
Yeah, also, you could
I don't
be
know, this-
redirecting FBI agents for much
It's-
more important issues
Exactly.
and cases.
Exactly. You know, what other kind of federal police are there? You know, Federal Protective Services, Capitol Police. There's,
Park police.
yeah. I mean, you just don't have numbers in those other departments like you do in DHS and ICE. You know.
Yeah, it also makes kind of sense. Like immigration, customs enforcement. Why would you not have them at the airports? It just kind of makes sense. Not only that, but we're also kind of in a war, so it does make sense to have that.
Yeah, and that's a great point, dude. Not a good time to have the fucking security at the airports then, you know, with Iran and all, you know, like, wouldn't the government
Yeah.
want to keep the skies safe? If we're gonna
Sleeper
pay
cells.
these billions of dollars for airport security, which is paid for by the government, for people to fly in private planes because they consider it a national security risk or whatever, and then they're just going to use it as a pawn and let the guys not get paid like they don't care. Well, why don't we just privatize all airport security and have it come out of the money that you pay into your plane ticket?
I think that's the way to go.
Exactly, right? I mean,
Let the airlines and the airports run security. The federal government could set the standards, and they can have inspectors do random inspections, but which they do now, anyways. But no, just have the airlines and the airports pay for security.
yeah,
So the question in the chat that was thrown out by the lovely Smoke Steve wife is, how about just pay TSA? Problem solved.
yeah, she's 100% right.
Okay, well,
Well,
why
you're
not?
gonna
Why are we not?
you're gonna have to ask the Democrats about that, aren't you?
No,
Well,
Donald Trump
that's
just
both
signed
sides.
it. Donald Trump just signed an executive order to pay them.
Oh, well.
That's 41 days after the beginning of them not getting paid. Why didn't he just fucking do it at the beginning? I mean, obviously he's holding out for a purpose too, but it's not just Democrats or just Republicans.
Was
It's
the
whole
concept the
fucking lot of
democratic
them.
process? Was he
What's that?
was he wanting the democratic process to do its job?
It was obvious it wasn't because the Republicans were never going
Otherwise,
to
he's
accept
a
it.
dictator, isn't he? He's a dictator.
So,
if he
I
goes
mean,
no
over that.
kings, man.
why
No
do you
kings.
why do you think he
Yeah,
had to
crazy.
sign an executive order just to get this done?
I'll tell you why. Because Republicans in Congress don't have enough support for him. He doesn't need Democrats to pass the legislation to fund ICE and TSA. He doesn't need them. Republicans control the House. Republicans control the Senate.
Okay.
It's because Republicans in the Senate, I believe, he doesn't have enough support, and they won't vote for him.
They won't vote for him. So they just don't support Trump.
Yeah, because you got a
And
whole
weird.
bunch of rhinos.
The Democrats won't support deportation, so they won't fund ICE.
Yeah. So this is why I don't like both parties. I mean, both parties suck. Let's be real here.
Let's be real.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For what?
Someone
Did you have
said,
something to
"Let's
say,
be real."
RW?
I said, let's be real.
Yeah,
I was just
keeping it real.
parroting.
Keeping
Ah.
it real.
Gotcha.
I don't know.
All right.
I don't need no books. Keeping it real.
When saying keeping it real goes wrong.
All right.
And
All I know is propaganda from both sides on the whole bill that's not being signed. I'm just waiting for it to be signed eventually.
That
Honestly, not paying attention.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. From what I understand, this is all political wrangling. This whole TSA thing not getting paid is because they needed to pass a bill to get them paid. But you see, every time they pass a bill, these various, it depends. It doesn't really matter. Both parties do it. They stuff a whole bunch of crap that they want to get done
Right.
or they want in that bill. And then the Democrats say, well, we're not going to vote for this bill. This
Well,
bill's
how
got a
long-
whole bunch of crap that we don't want.
How
And
long
then
would it
the
take for us
Republicans.
to do a case-by-case bill? How long would it take for the Senate to push through individual bills? At this point, it seems like it'd be faster, because then they could argue about the ones they don't agree with and pass the ones that need to get passed.
Yeah, but that's how it's always been done now. This is ridiculous. And by the way, they do it in Britain as well. Every time they want to bring in a new legislation, they'll call it "Let's Keep the Children Safe Bill," and then inside that bill is a whole bunch of shit that has nothing to do with children. It's all about censorship of the people, and various tax breaks for the millionaires and their friends.
You are right, man. You are right.
And like the Prime Minister at the time, or the Deputy Prime Minister, Gordon Brown, was it, that wrote a letter to all the chief constables in the UK, email saying that
Lee.
for cultural purposes, can we keep it quiet if there's any of these young slaggish girls that have been fucking raped by a load of fucking beasts? Can we keep that one quiet? We don't really want to publicise that. Because if you turn a blind eye to beastly men raping young girls, please.
Yeah, well, I mean that's a whole other side of the British government. But what I mean is, this is the same all over the world. This isn't just Americans, the Republicans, and Democrats. This is everywhere.
Really?
Politicians a long time ago figured out that in order to get a whole bunch of little goodies, they have to pass bills stuffed full of crap and named after some other thing, which sounds like a good thing. Or, you know, I don't know. As I said, it's always. I mean, the best one is always children. You know, we got to. What about the
online
children?
The online
Think of the children.
Yeah. But they stuff the bills full of other crap, which no other politician really reads because the damn thing is, you know, thicker than the Bible, and they, you know, they get a synopsis from one of their PAs, and they just vote on it, and they vote with the whip anyway, because I mean, I'm sure the Americans have the similar sort of thing. There's a whip, but in Britain there's something called the whip, which is
the whip is the minority leader.
there you go. Well, no, I mean they have it in all the parties.
Isn't that
They have the
racist?
whip. Which,
Yeah,
which actually,
it's different in the UK. Each
Yeah,
party
yeah.
has a whip, and he's the one who organises what they're voting for.
yeah.
I
So they
believe, am
basically,
I
the
right?
party tells you this is what we're going to all vote on, and then everybody in that party has to vote on that, whether you agree with it or not, whether you read the bill
Yeah.
or not. Nobody cares.
They're supposed to vote on it, and if they don't, their position in the party will become quite
Questionable.
vulnerable.
They won't get cabinet seats. They won't get promoted to various, things. Like you guys have in America, actually have your Congress people. They sit on certain committees, right? And certain committees can be very lucrative for them. Well, if they don't vote a certain way, they may not get the party to agree for them to be on that committee. They'll get ousted. They get shunned. They become essentially lame duck Congress people or senators. And it's the same in Britain. They shun you if you don't vote with the whip, and if you do, you get all the goodies and all the little sweet deals that they put in all these legislations. And of course, all their rich friends, which have very good accountants and lawyers, sift through all these laws and know where all the goodies are in order to make sure that they don't, they benefit from all of that as well. I'll give you an example. The British government passed some kind of bill in order to try to keep people from buying too many properties, because the properties were, the rich people essentially were buying up all the properties, and poor people couldn't afford the basic deposit in order to buy any properties. So they put a tax, extra tax, on if you have more than one property. So if you have second or third or fourth property, the taxes kind of increase. But the tax doesn't apply if you buy 7 properties in one go. And guess who can afford 7 properties in one go in Britain? Not your average policeman, not your teachers and your firemen. No, only the rich bastards can afford 7 properties in one go. And so they put these little goodies in the legislations everywhere, where if you buy an X amount of thing, or you do an X amount of this, or if your lawyer and your accountant can find them and put you in those positions, you don't pay any tax. You can have, hundreds of properties and not pay the sort of taxes that are involved. All of this shit. This was written in the book Rich Dad Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki like 15, 20 years ago almost now. The guy literally gave you the blueprint of how the rich operate. If you guys ever want to know how the rich operate, read that book. It literally lays it out for you. The rich don't apply the laws and the regulations that you think apply to all of us. They don't.
Dad, Poor Dad?
Yeah, Rich Dad Poor Dad, Robert Kiyosaki. He's also an audiobook as well. You can also get the audiobook on, I think, YouTube. The rich don't operate under the same laws that we do. They operate very differently. Very differently. The rich don't buy properties the way we buy properties. I know this because my brother is a lawyer and he buys properties through his corporation. He doesn't buy it through his personal, like as a personal thing.
I have a
It's
question.
A whole bunch of different things apply to you.
Question.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, it's all good. So you have you've read Rich Dad Poor Dad. What would you like summarize it, or like what are the key points that people want to take away from it?
The number one thing that the rich have always used to hide their money from the taxman is corporations. They set up a corporation and they buy and sell. They live their life through corporation. The rich. Okay, this is if there's one thing I could tell you, the rich live on pre-tax money. You live on post-tax money. The PAYE, pay as you earn tax, is the sucker's game.
Can you
That is
explain
the
that?
sucker's game.
What is pre-tax money, and what do you mean we live as?
Well,
like,
if you work as a
post-tax?
regular Joe, when I say we, I mean the regular average working man who gets his money, he gets his wages where the tax has already been taken out of it. Now, I don't know, maybe in America you guys have to do your own personal, it all depends if you're self-employed or not,
we're all-
but if
we're
you're
all
a
taxed
regular
to hell.
Joe, yeah, if you're a regular Joe, you normally get your wages after tax has already been deducted. This is the net and gross pay
Sure.
that you get. So the rich don't operate on that. The rich spend their money through their corporations. They get they take dividends out of their the
You're
money
talking
that they
offshore
actually-
banking, so they don't have to be properly taxed. Is that what you mean?
Well, sorry, I missed out because there was some background noise. Say again.
Are you talking about like offshore banking or like tax
No.
evasion? Is that what you mean?
No,
Or-
not even offshore. This is just through corporations. See, the fact is, if you have a business, okay, you have business expenses. These things are not taxed. What you're taxed on as a business is on your profits. You're not taxed on the money you make out of that business. You're taxed on what profits you have after all the expenses are paid. Now, how the rich live is they live on that money pre-tax. So they actually put all of their expenses, including their own private expenses, in as expenses for their businesses, for the
They live on
corporations.
that pre-tax. So pre-tax is.
So
okay.
whatever is left after that money has been spent on expenses through their clever accounting, then the profit of that is taxed. So imagine this. You pay for your car, you pay for your lunch, you pay for your rent, you pay for your holiday. All of this gets paid out of whatever your corporation, your business makes. Then whatever is left is considered quote unquote profit. That is what you're taxed on. So they live on pre-tax money rather than post-tax money. You live on post-tax money. Your shit gets taxed, and then whatever you get in your account is what you have to
So
live on.
it's basically like it's not quite the same, but it's like rich people charging a credit card, but without it even being with the interest in it. Like how are they like living on it? Like how do they do that?
I think from my understanding, it's offset through investment.
Yes. It all depends on how you're setting it up. And of course, I mean, the number one thing that he recommends in the book is you make sure you have good accountants and good lawyers, and you pay them well. Never underpay your lawyers and your accountant. Make sure that because they are your keys to avoiding essentially tax. The entire game for the rich is, how do I avoid paying tax? That is how their entire empire operates under.
I mean,
how do I
yeah,
not pay tax?
I think in
Tale
a
as
simple
old as
terms
time.
that you're in perpetuity offsetting your taxes by investing your money as soon as you get it.
Yeah.
So that it's deferred, and if you defer it infinitely, you never have to pay it.
And by the way, Robert Kiyosaki himself, I mean, you can watch all the videos that he's doing recently, the interviews and stuff that he's done over the years. He says, I don't make money in the sense that people think I make money, like I make money and I have money in my bank and I spend. No, I just borrow money from banks. Why would I spend my money when I can just spend the bank's money? People think that you have to live on like the money you make. This concept, the way you think, I think as a poor person. I don't think as a rich person. That's another key element of the book, is you have to change your thinking to the way the rich think and the way the rich operate. And the rich, believe it or not, I mean, Donald Trump famously once said he was looking at a homeless man in the street, and he said, I think to his daughter or son or whatever, he says, that man is richer than me because at least he doesn't have, I don't know, several $1 million in debt.
So
Most rich
what-
have like millions of dollars in debt
okay,
because
all
they
right,
borrowed
Banksy,
all this.
question. So what would you recommend to the average worker to do?
Yeah, because you're not just going to get a loan for $1 million to invest with no.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
look,
you said change
you
your way
have
of
to,
thinking, so,
you
like,
have
what
to, you
would
have
you-
to build it up. You have to build it up from small,
Like what's a
small
practical
acorns.
thing? Okay, so what practical thing could you take from this book that you can utilize for the average worker?
Okay, this is the difficult part, which I mean, it's the riddle that I'm still solving myself. Otherwise, I'd be sitting here with $1 million in my account. The fact is that what he says critically is, don't give up your day job. Don't quit your job. He's not giving you advice on like, oh yeah, go ahead and quit your job and become an entrepreneur. No, keep your day job, but mind your own business. And what he means by that is have a business set up, or set up a business, a small entrepreneurial thing, but
Okay,
you keep
how?
your day job. How?
Okay,
I mean, nowadays you're on the internet, dude. You have like 1,000 ways to set up businesses on the internet.
Well,
Look
what I'm
into
I'm
setting
asking
up.
for an extraction of information from this book that you could practice, like that's
Well,
practical.
I
for
mean,
the average
back in
person.
it all really depends on which era you're living in, because at the time, like 15 years ago, he said becoming an affiliate in affiliate marketing in companies like Amazon, where you're an affiliate for them, was a big thing, and some people made some extremely good money out of that at that time. Now that opportunity, that window, unfortunately, is now closed. It's not
Can I
really
paraphrase?
as lucrative. Go on.
I think what he's saying is to think like a wealthy person is basically how you spend your time and money. So, say you're on the homestead here, your mindset is going to switch towards what can I do for my own entrepreneurship? I'm going to grow cabbage and just start selling cabbage. And all the money that I make, I'm going to invest and offset so that I'm no longer paying taxes on it, and I'm
Yes.
investing it into my equity. So instead of
Yes.
getting a paycheck and spending it all on paying taxes, you're changing your mindset to having your own business, whatever you want it to be, and throwing all your money into that. But somehow in all that, you still have to buy groceries and pay for rent, and you know, it's not.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's
Yeah,
more complicated.
there's a
than just-
lot of, the thing is, the book is quite extensive. There's a lot of other
I mean, I
elements
could- I
into
mean, the
this.
concept
How
is-
you
I
pay
could-
your bills, at exactly what rate you spend your. You see, the thing is, the poor, as soon as they make a little extra money, they spend it on extravagance. You know, they buy a new car, they go on holidays, whatever it is. They buy, Versace clothes.
Wait, those are poor idiots.
Yeah, but what I mean is the poor quite often do that, where the minute they make a little extra cash, they go and blow it on extravagant
material
stuff.
good. Yeah.
The rich also spend their money on nice stuff. They don't wear crappy clothes. They still wear the Gucci's and the Versace's, but they only buy those things out of the profit of their investments. They don't, like, if I have a small business, or if I have an investment, let's say I'll buy some properties and I invest and I rent them out. Now, the profit that I make from those investments, those properties, the stock portfolio, whatever, that's the money that I'm allowed to spend on extravagant stuff. Not the money that I made because I worked my ass off in overtime, or maybe I got a small tax rebate from the government. Those are not the things. Your assets, your whatever money, extra money your assets provide for you and generate for you, that's the money you're allowed to spend on extravagant stuff. But if your asset has not provided you with extra cash, then no, you're not allowed to spend your money on those things. You spend your money on assets.
It sounds like basic economy 101, to be honest. Like, yeah. if you
A
don't
lot
have
of it
it,
is.
don't spend it.
But the fact is, like, people, even back then, when the book was released, just don't realize, like, for example, your home. People who buy a home, they think that's their greatest asset. That isn't your greatest asset.
Okay.
That's your greatest liability. That is shilling out money. You're not making money from your home. You're living in your home. The only time you make a little bit extra maybe is if the value has gone up and you sell it and you move home. But whilst you're living in it, it's not an asset. It's a liability. An asset is something that makes you money without you having to be there to work hours for it. That's the other part as well. It's to make passive income and at least have 7 avenues of passive income. That's the riddle that I haven't hacked. I haven't cracked myself.
Yeah,
Which is how the hell do I get 7 avenues of passive income?
Yeah. How do you get an asset that generates income, right? That's the general question, right? My first thought is, okay, maybe invest in stocks. That's like for the average person, right? Because if you're rich, you can do whatever the fuck you want, but most of us are not. Let's be real here. I'm sorry, that should not say that. But for the average person, how else would you generate income?
I think
like
that
with assets.
from my experience, I've never been really good doing it with myself, but if I've ever in my lifetime, which is like once or twice, found a group of people that were catalysts and had a vision and a goal and worked well together, it was attainable. So I think some people are excellent at being self-willed towards this type of lifestyle and mindset, but I do not do well with it that way.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. You know, I mean everybody thinks differently, so that's what I'm curious about. Like, I don't know, what Banksy's trying to take from this book.
The thing is, there's been a lot of windows of opportunity that have come and gone over the years, even since from the time that book, my brother told me about that book. I should have bought Bitcoin. If I'd not even should have bought, I could have literally generated thousands of Bitcoins. I knew about Bitcoin in 2007. And like a moron, I thought of it as just some sort of computer fad. Exactly. So there was a lot of windows of opportunity that have come and gone already. But there are other avenues of making money and opportunities opening up, especially with AI now. AI is actually where you should be focused on in this particular era of windows of opportunity, of what it can do for you, what it can build for you, or how you can utilize it. I'm not saying investing in AI. I'm talking about using AI to generate income for yourself. Those are this is this particular century or this particular era's window of opportunity, and a lot of people are taking advantage and some are not. And I think that's where I'm seriously looking into now.
This was a question earlier, right? Should AI be able to handle tax returns? Wasn't that asked earlier today?
That was me, yeah.
I would imagine accounting, lawyers.
I feel like that
things.
could like streamline a process, but also, you know, that could cause problems as well. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say.
If the system can be made well enough, it would have less than human error, correct?
Well,
yeah. But it depends though, like, 'cause it's AI, you know.
I mean, let's be honest. AI should be able to take positions like accounting and lawyers.
It's
very
just pushing
easily.
numbers into boxes. It's data entry with quick referencing.
I mean, is it that simple though? Just data
in many
entry,
cases, yes. I think the challenge would be auditing and confirming authenticity
right.
of information.
Yeah, I think there is something to be said there. Like, it is an interesting question because it's hard to say. Like, have they been using AI to help in some way with the IRS?
I'm sure that AI is integrating as a tool into every government system. It's just a matter of how fast it takes to take over more and more of the human part of the process.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, it's a kind of a scary thing because it's like you don't want humans to take over, but I mean, like you don't want AI to take over everything, but also humans are flawed, and I don't know, whatever. It's a mixed message. It's a good question.
The thing is, what AI, because a lot of people say, well, AI is going to come for all your taxes. They're not going to let you skip taxes anymore, or you're going to, those people who are trying to get out of loopholes. But the fact is that most of these loopholes are legal loopholes. These are the legal loopholes that corrupt politicians have made illegal. The taxes are just simply human beings telling you have to pay this because your government demands it upon you. And so those same individuals can write laws which then the AI will simply adopt.
Does that make it right? And should AI...
It doesn't matter whether it makes it right or wrong. The fact is that it is...
Well,
Banksy, what it makes it is it makes it forced doctrines. Because basically you're forced to pay this money. Otherwise, people with guns and weapons will come and take it off you either way. That it's forced doctrine.
But what I'm saying is though that AI will actually this is the window of opportunity you have to take advantage of, which will then be closed. Technology is always about 5 to 10 years ahead of politicians because politicians are boomers and they're idiots. So what happens is
there's one hell of a blanket statement. Damn. Go ahead.
No, they are for the most part. You just take one quick look around the world and realize how moronic most politicians are, and most politicians are cowards too. But what I will say is that you will have this window of opportunity now and possibly for the next maybe 5 to 10 years, maybe 5 years, I don't know about 10, to take advantage of the AI that would normally require a very expensive lawyer and a very expensive accountant to find all those goodies that these corrupt politicians have put in these legislations and put in these laws for their rich friends to take advantage of. You may have access to that in the short term. You may be able to do that if you now utilize it now, because eventually the politicians will catch up with that. They're going to go to the rich friends are going to go, hey, too many of the peasants are taking advantage of all the loopholes that we put in for us only. And then they'll close those loopholes. They'll start locking them down, and then they'll tell their rich friends what other loopholes, and they'll pass legislations just for them to be able to take advantage of. But right now you have that opportunity, and this window of opportunity will close fairly quickly.
I'd like to bring the panel in on a question. I know this is not my show, so Steve, can I have permission to bring an opinion piece in and get the panel's opinion?
Granted.
All right, so yesterday, I believe it was, there's an individual named Nation Wood who was charged with involuntary manslaughter in the death of his girlfriend. So this individual
Nation Wood or Nathan?
It says Nation Wood, N-A-T-I-O-N. They could have spelled it wrong. This was BNO News.
Oh, wait, no. Continue.
So basically, his story, and this guy worked under the White House security under Biden's administration as a security analyst, basically, to my understanding. So he was familiar with guns, all right? He said that he was dry firing his weapon and didn't realize it was loaded and shot through the wall to his girlfriend who was in the shower and killed her. This story has bothered me ever since I read it because I don't think it's possible to make that big of a mistake innocently. To me,
it sounds
one,
like
you have to
lie.
know a gun. Like for anyone that's in the military, you know a weapon enough when you know a weapon that you unload it. And secondly, when you dry fire, you're not pointing it at another individual.
Ever. I don't care if you looked in that open chamber for 10 minutes, shined a flashlight in there, you know it's empty. You can see right down through it. No magazine. Yeah. I still won't point that at any fucking person ever. Like never.
That's proper gun etiquette.
Yeah, that story as well reminds me of that Oscar guy, the South African...
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Oscar Pistorius.
Pistorius, whatever. Yeah, well, remember he shot his girlfriend in the shower through a wall. Very similar.
Well, he
Ve-
shot her in the
very similar.
bathroom, but he's claiming that she was locked in there, or he thought there was something, so he tried to shoot the
Through
lock.
the door. Through the door, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
very
it.
similar though, isn't it? Very similar.
My
And he
question
got
to the
sent
panel
down for
is,
murder. So
this is
He was
under
off-
investigation. Do you believe that this individual has a higher probability of manslaughter and an innocent mistake, or preconceived action, like a pre, like he did it on purpose and it's a bullshit story?
It sounds like he did it on purpose.
what state is it in?
That's to me. I don't know. I need more information. Like, was he on drugs?
Yeah, but the thing is, it doesn't matter what you believe; it's what you can prove. And if
Yeah,
no
but
one
it
can prove
also depends
anything
who
other
you
than
ask. If
accidental.
it's a blue state, and he worked for the Bidens, he's got a lot of connections.
San
of course.
Francisco. No.
Well, if it's San Francisco, yeah, you'll get away with that.
I
That's
mean,
the
I say he
woman
might
that
get
died
manslaughter.
at university.
So his bail is set at $300,000 apparently.
So are you seeing where he's from? Because all I see is that the girlfriend was from San Fran U.
Yeah.
Yeah, San Francisco.
Cup
Yeah,
has
wherever the
Cup,
crime was committed is the question, though. But yeah, I mean,
Cup of
you-
Tea
you-
has
you
the
get a
tea right here.
manslaughter 4 years or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Killed in San Fran. He says she was decent.
His mom.
Oh,
Paid
all
attention
right,
to that.
Joe.
Whoa,
She
calm
was.
down there with
Well,
that sexual language.
Key word was.
What's how do you say that last name?
M.
M-G? Sorry.
Samantha MJ?
Nil DC.
MJ. I don't know about that one. Riddle.
I don't
Yikes.
know. You know, it's a stretch, but you know. I don't know.
What I had a kid in my high school. His last name was NG. How would you pronounce that?
Yang or Nyang?
How did you spell that?
Ing.
NG.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
This
In
has got to
it?
be like a bad translation.
Like
There you
NG.
go.
Common
NG?
Every
It's a common
teacher,
Vietnamese.
we would be waiting every fucking year for the teachers to first call his name on roll call.
It's supposedly it's German.
That's
Supposedly.
white culture.
No, it's a Vietnamese name.
He was
Wait, it's a
he was-
Vietnamese name, really?
Yeah, he was Viet Cong, and he was a smart kid, dude. I mean,
So I typed him EMGE, and
oh,
what I
that
get,
name. Okay, that's a
what
different
I'm
name, yeah.
getting is a German surname. So last dance you said it was Vietnamese.
No. NG.
He was confusing or conflating what I was saying with what you were saying. So
All right.
it's all right, no worries. But yeah, strange names. Anyways,
There was a famous. Sorry to jump in here, guys. I know I've been
jump
here a little while.
away.
How
There was
dare
a song.
you?
There was a song in the '80s by a great band called They Might Be Giants, and it was Anna again. I didn't know that I used to be. You guys remember that song? No, it was like their biggest hit. Like in the.
I
Holy
remember
shit,
that song. It was a great song.
It was a great song.
Yeah, they
That's
might
what that.
Giants.
So that's what that is. Okay. All right.
My buddy's dad was a huge fan of them.
I liked him. I was a fan of them as well.
They might
back
be
then,
giants.
for
So
sure.
that's the reference. Okay, I was wondering because some people were saying like they might be giant. Oh, for example, Lance RW. You remember Lance, right? He has in his profile they might be giants. That's what that reference was. It was what just Aphid just said. All right.
Oh,
Where's
yeah,
Lance,
yeah.
Where's Lance from? Jog my memory.
Lance?
Yeah.
You don't remember Lance?
Not really.
No, 80s music was the best. You can't say it sucked.
I
No
like
way.
it.
There was
Man
too
knows
much
nothing.
in the 80s that was like brilliant, wasn't it? There was the crossover.
Yeah, I think
almost
I don't.
like-
I can't think of any decade that has truly bad music.
Yeah, but it's the beats that came out of it, the tragedy, the whole sort
It was
of like
good.
the 80s was like a time where there was cocaine 80s. You know, the
Guitar,
biggest
bro.
thing-
Enough said.
Yeah, the craziest sort of flamboyant. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but then you also had bands like Metallica really getting going in the '80s. So you had you had
look,
metal,
yeah,
you had
exactly.
new wave,
Guns
you had
N' Roses.
you had the
Yeah.
Police really coming into
Yeah.
their own.
Yeah.
Police,
It's like-
police
yeah,
are.
loads, yeah, exactly.
Amazing
Yeah.
bands in the 80s. I know what this guy's talking about.
Wow, it's loads.
HIV,
Clearly
80s, he's-
speaking nonsense.
Here he is. He's piling
Oh,
on.
fuck off.
Yeah. I'm with Top a little bit. I think out of the 60s, 70s, 80s, and so on, I feel like the 80s was the lowest on my totem pole.
Hell yeah.
Not me. Well, that's
I
when
ag-
I grew
I
up.
agree.
So
Well,
I
I would
was.
say
Sarita's on
why the
Team
80s
Steve. Don't worry, you got Sarita on your side, Steve.
Well, the
I know
80s
it's a personal preference, so I don't expect.
Well,
everybody to
how
share
old
my
are
view.
you old boys? You getting old, right?
Well, old boys.
I'm 49.
I mean, we're all
That's
getting up
you
there
getting
at some
old, right?
point, right?
Well,
Last
Yeah,
Dance is
64.
I grew up with like
64. Oh,
oh shit,
Deep
it's
fucking
64.
When
still-
is
wait,
You still don't think your age,
64?
Last Dance.
What?
Last Dance is 64.
Well done, Affid.
Dance
I'm
looks good for his
52.
age.
Last Dance is 64? For real?
When I'm 64.
Yeah.
No.
Right.
We'll still feed you, bro.
Oh, you guys.
64.
We still need you, bro.
Will you still feed me? Will
Look,
you still
look.
need me?
Hey, look, these apps already harvest our information. There's no need to just go out and say it, right?
It'd be cool if you could get Thomas Jefferson to speak like his lips moved when you talked, and
That
was
would
like-
be that would be cool. It was like last well, you know what, Brittle? This is why I think that you're unreasonable about this. It would just be seeing you just doing that. That'd be awesome.
The thing is, you can
Oh,
do
I
that
bet
with
you-
AI.
Yeah,
That's what
I
I'm
was gonna
saying.
say
Yeah.
because like my iPhone, I can do that in real time with leaving messages with people.
Have you
as
guys
my
have you
cartoon
guys
help.
seen the
Huh.
the guy from Blaze TV? What was his name? Damn it! The guy who runs Blaze, who founded the Blaze TV station. I forgot his name. Anyway, he did a whole interview with George Washington, AI George Washington.
I heard
He
about
asked-
something like that.
Yeah, look it up. AI George Washington doing with Glenn Beck. Did an interview with Glenn Beck. And the responses were based around all the letters and all the different things Washington had written. So the AI would analyze what he'd written and then give an answer according to the kind of thing that
Did you hear?
Washington
I
would-
don't know if
would
it's
say.
hyperbole, but Larry has been arrested. The guy who created Oracle.
Larry Ellison was arrested?
Yeah. Look it up. Check me out.
No way.
Fact check this. Yeah. For human. Is it what do they call it? Yeah.
I don't
Human
think
what?
so.
You just stopped at human.
He
What
was
the
not
fuck are you
arrested.
talking
He was
about?
pulled over.
He was pulled
He was
over.
what?
Okay.
pulled over
no.
for speeding.
That's wrong, man.
Finish the sentence, for fuck's sake.
He's 81, isn't he?
Well, in other news, Tiger Woods flipped another SUV.
I was gonna say.
So-
Yeah, of course he did.
You guys have seen
Amazing
Justin
seeing-
Timberlake, right? When he got arrested, being like completely, I don't know, stone drunk, whatever it was, he was mashed out of his head.
Yeah, and he's one of my all-time favorite athletes ever, and I hate to see him going down like this. You know?
Do you golf, Steve?
He was
Yeah.
Yeah.
he was
shit.
gonna come. He was just getting ready to come back too, wasn't he? I think
Yeah.
I heard that he was like getting ready to try
He
to
was
make
getting
a
ready to
comeback.
play.
Tiger,
Yeah.
Yeah, but
man, come on,
he
dude.
looked so puffy, didn't he? In his monk shot, he's so puffy.
Yeah, lads. Hey, Fizz,
Yeah,
you know when Tiger was at his best, he was having 5 hookers a night. Just remember that, all right?
Was
Yeah.
he?
So what? So what? Hey, it doesn't matter.
I know,
about that.
I know. But Aphid wants the old Tiger back. Well, that was the time when he was having 5
Oh,
hookers a
no,
night.
you
Just
can't-
remember
yeah,
that.
Who didn't do that when they were at their best?
Yeah.
Come on.
Right, man.
Well, when you're married with kids, not a lot of superstars
You
do,
remember
but
the South Park thing? With-
he had a
with
lot
the
of he had a lot of cover from a lot of people, so it didn't come out.
Did you ever hear the message he left on his the Waffle House waitress's fucking voicemail?
No, go on.
He's like, hey, I need you to delete me from your caller ID or something. I don't know what the hell he's trying to tell her, but he,
Oh, I
just
vaguely
sounds,
remember that.
he sounds so guilty, and what he's saying makes no sense. Like,
I mean,
So-
what
Is
is
it like the time period where Mel Gibson was also barking at saying things? You know, like what year was this?
20, 20 years ago. I don't know. It had nothing to do with Mel Gibson, though.
Oh, I know. I just like there was a time where like they would like leak a lot of celebrities like voicemails and paint them as like terrible people, which some of them deserve, sure. But I'm just curious.
Did you ever see
good.
Ellen Nordigan, the woman he cheated on,
Ooh.
with a Waffle House waitress? Not the best choice in Old Tigers.
Was she
Yeah,
a dog?
his wife's gorgeous, isn't she? She's a
Yeah,
blonde.
she like proper like rough, was she? She's like, oh, I'm going to take you out back and sit you on a chair.
I don't know.
Maybe-
Maybe his wife was too good looking, and he wanted that slutty
Yeah,
waitress.
of course. People have to let go, dude. People have to again. Why the fuck would so many rich
Maybe
people-
she's just a crazy bitch.
No. But why
He's-
would so many billionaires get embroiled in these things, these sleazy shit things?
I mean,
Okay,
to be fair,
know-
he's like the best golfer ever. So he's never found
Yeah.
a hole in one. Put
Okay,
it in.
okay. Remember Liz Hurley and Hugh Grant? You know Hugh Grant when he went off and he went driving down Los Angeles, just down some shitty old area, picked up some fucking hooker for like $20 and got a nosh off her, and
Nosh.
a nosh got a blowy off her, didn't he? Or something? Yeah.
Oh, blow
Uh,
it.
And he was at the time he was going out with safety pin dress Liz Hurley. He wanted a bit of dirty, just like Tiger.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
you
what
can't
does it
really.
mean to be at your best if you can't have 5 hookers a night?
I know,
But
but he
you
was
make
at his
a point.
best, wasn't he? That's what's so funny, really.
You don't
She
have
was-
plenty of time not being your best.
She was
be,
in the original
faithful.
Austin Powers, right? Liz Hurley.
Yeah. But she had
Dumb
that
and Dumber.
white. She had that white dress with this big safety pin. Do you remember that dress? We put Liz Hurley safety pin dress.
I do
I
not.
vaguely remember. She was a beautiful.
Oh God!
Liz-
Just do it for old school Goya.
Well,
Yeah,
real
I mean,
quick,
she
I'm
looks
going to share the
amazing.
video of Tiger Woods flipping his SUV.
Oh, there's
All right.
video of it. I didn't know.
Yeah, there's
Oh, yeah,
video.
nice.
Watch close, okay?
Talk
Here
about
he is.
surveillance state.
Oh,
There's video of
he is.
everything now.
This is from a lamppost. Oh wait, there. Shit, I can't see it.
Now
I've
here he
zoomed in.
comes. Watch out!
Oh, get out of here.
Oh, Tiger, watch out, buddy!
Holy
Damn, this
Sorry.
looks like AI.
you know,
Yeah, it looks like it.
Twitter was full of people posting, videos of this is Tiger Woods, and
Exactly.
there's one. It's like a NASCAR race where one car looks like it's driving,
Yeah.
against the wall.
So I take it he's been arrested for drink driving.
No, it's
Uh,
driving while intoxicated, but I believe he blew 0.0. So
Yeah,
knows?
Farms was
Xanax,
saying he
Klonop-
thinks it's
he-
pharmaceuticals.
he
Yeah,
might have
right.
been pinned. He had about 10 Klonopins in him, and he's fucking just zooted.
Yeah.
Right. So
Zooted.
he's been charged with being intoxicated, but not with what substances yet? Because they know it's not alcohol, so it's
Right.
now drugs. Yeah.
If it's
BWT.
pharmaceutical, like, is there different rulings for what that is?
No, not
No,
really.
but-
It's harder to prove.
Yeah,
He's
it's
got
harder
money.
to prove.
He could get out of this. Somehow he did that one where he flipped his other SUV. He didn't get charged at all in that one. So,
Second time's a charm.
and the first time he got in an accident because Ellen Nordigan heard about him cheating on him and broke out the back window with a 7-iron. No joke.
And he hit the
As he
driveway
was-
on the way out.
As he was driving away. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't
And
catch
she
a
didn't
break.
get arrested for domestic violence.
Hey, Topo, what do you mean by his other ancestor side?
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, what's
Damn.
that? You want to explain?
Let's guess. Is he talking about the 50% that's Vietnamese or the 50% that's African American?
We're not going to speculate.
Well, we will see because let's see what Topo says.
Should we say the savage rather?
I don't know. Funny stuff. Oh yeah, there he goes. He said it. He
Yeah.
said it.
Based on his ability to tell the truth, I'm not sure he's giving us the correct answer.
It's a color and not yellow.
Loafer wants to know if any of us have ever read a book. I have to
Yeah,
admit that
I like.
I have never
hold-
read a book in my life.
You've really
Wow.
what? Hold on. Oh my God, who asked that question?
Loafer Sheffield.
I
That
haven't,
guy.
and that's an honest question. That's an honest
Oh no,
answer.
you're okay. I mean, Loafer. Well, have you ever? What's the? Why would you ask that question?
Golden books are pretty good books.
I read Gru. I used to read Gru regularly. The
Well, has
comic book.
Welshman ever read a book?
The Little Red Hen is a
Then
really
he
good
says,
read.
have any of you ever read a book?
Has everyone here read The Little Red Hen? Is everyone familiar with that?
I
don't
can't.
think so.
Dance, I can't see
I
that
don't
comment.
make sense
still.
now. You're all
How
you
about
guys
now?
would have a much higher volume of social cohesion.
Here's a starter for 10. What the hell does that even mean? Here's a start. Is there supposed to be a book about that? What the hell does starter for 10 mean? Imperial
Loafer.
obituary?
Loafer is he gets in his happy place before he comes on, so he's
It's a quiz.
So he's
it's
not
a-
making enough sense.
perhaps
It's a quiz in
Not
the
you and I.
UK where they say starting for 10.
I'm thinking
So-
it's he's going to tell us 9 other choices, and that's number 10.
No.
Like he's giving us
the-
suggestions for books to read, and
the-
that's
the
one was
pro-
written by
the
Magistrate
points.
General Richard Hilton.
Sorry, that's
Imperial
I don't know if it-
obituary. You're just like listing books. You know what I could say? Yeah, how about this? You ever read a book, Loafer? Read Salem's Lot. Read
Stephen King.
Annie. Yeah, read all that. It's just like, what a stupid thing to say. No offense.
Salem's
What?
Lot. Is that a good book?
call me author.
It's not bad. It's not bad. I'm in the middle of it right
reading
now.
Iliad right now as he's watching the pub.
Loafer is one of my favorite chat participants.
Kami Pinko Reg.
What,
Salem's
Loafer is?
Lot.
Yes,
Well, okay, then we will treat him nicely.
thank you.
Damn it.
Notting Hill.
I actually
But
tend to
I
listen
mean-
to books these days.
Let's be real here, though. I mean, you're gonna kind of, if you put yourself out there, like, we'll treat him nicely, right? But let's be real here. Like, sorry, I shouldn't say that because, whoopsie daisy. You got to be like subjected to criticism.
I've read this many books.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you say something about something, and then you'd be like, "Have you ever read a book?" It's kind of like a dick thing to say. So,
Well, it's a total dick thing to say, but it's also completely irrelevant. But whatever.
I mean,
Yeah, so
The thing is, it's an obnoxious thing for someone who wants to basically put you down.
It's not a good way to start something. It's like, all right,
But if
Dance,
you're
have you
illiterate,
ever
maybe
read a
even
book?
If someone's talking trash to you in the comments and you're illiterate, it shouldn't hurt your feelings whatsoever.
That is
Banksy,
true.
are the Iranian people going to overthrow the Iranian government? I don't think so.
Oh, Lord
Oh,
Almighty.
yes. Give us the information that we don't.
Oh,
get to see.
okay, all right. Are
Look.
we going through a topic change right now? Are we dealing with this right now?
Sorry.
We're going
Well,
through
we got
Last
Banksy
chance.
here.
You're not sorry, Banksy. You know exactly what you just did.
With
I
regards to
didn't
the
say
new
a word.
guy, I don't know. So keep your eye on him, okay?
Okay.
It was Last Dance that suggested this particular
All right.
subject. Look. One thing I will tell you guys, I've been saying it for months. I've even made videos on it. Look out for a group called the Mujahideen of Kelp. They are acronym MEK.
The mech.
The MEK. Yeah. Just look out for this group. This group has been in exile since the regime left. In fact, the regime killed a lot of them in Iran. They were groomed for a
Show
long
your
time.
face, Noah. Not
No.
just the
Why,
top of your
so
head.
why are we looking out for these guys? Like, what is
They're on the way to
Because
Europe.
they have been groomed for a long time by people like John Bolton and many other senators in America to be the next regime in Iran. This has been ongoing for a long time. But the problem is getting rid of them for an Iranian like me. Getting rid of the mullahs and bringing in these guys is like jumping out of the frying pan into the fire. These people are just as zealots. They're Islamists themselves. They are just as bad as
I
what
gotta
we
ask you,
have.
Banksy, because I work with a lot of Iranians. Have you been to Iran lately?
No, I haven't been for a long time.
Yeah. So you're Iranian by what, birthright or not Persian?
Uh,
How do you differentiate that?
I mean, Persians are
most of the
ethnic.
people I know from who I've met as actually old school families who came to Britain because of Persia, because of the breakaway. What happened with the author? What is it? What do you call it? What's Persia at the moment? Sorry, Iran. It's
Well,
a
Persians are an ethnic group
Yeah.
within Iran. Yeah.
yeah. So it's a theocracy, correct?
Right now,
in
yeah.
that regard for where it is, where it sits. So cut off the head to grow.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have any problems going to Iran as far as the regime is concerned, although my political views are extremely anti-regime. It's just that no one knows who I am. No one knows who I am, so it's not like I publicly said anything about it. I just have to get an Iranian passport. There's a whole host of shit I have to
So
go
you,
through.
you speak do
Right
you speak
now, no.
Farsi? Do you speak Farsi?
Yeah.
Okay.
My boys were speaking Farsi earlier this morning.
Really?
Hmm,
What were they saying?
I'm not quite sure, but they had a lot to say.
But yeah, I mean, this MEK is extremely worrying. The reason I'm saying that is because they held an event in London only about 4 days ago. No, I think it was 2-3 days ago. So they are actually actively being groomed and activated, if you like,
By
to
whom?
make some sort of maneuvers within Iran, and I am extremely worried because I don't
By
want
whom?
these assholes.
Who is the handler?
As I said, I know John Bolton was at one of their meetings. The British government has now invited them to have a meeting here in London. So I think it's the rhinos, it's the war hawks of in the state. I mean, they've been funding them for years. My
So
mum
You're not
accidentally went to
getting
one of their
American on
events.
This is
Sorry?
purely. This is a Commonwealth move. This isn't the United States.
It's not purely United States, but the United States, I believe, is one of the biggest supporters. Because as I say, I've seen several senators that were there. I got to find some of their events, and I'll send it to you guys. But John Bolton, I mean, you can just type John Bolton Mujahideen or MEK meeting, and it'll come up. So yeah,
For a while, they were on the U.S. Terrorist list.
supposedly, but the fact is that they were. I know for a fact they were funded by the USA, because the USA actually moved them. Because initially, when they fled Iran, they went to Iraq, and then Saddam Hussein was gonna either kill them or move against them. But then Saddam Hussein fell, and before Saddam Hussein fell, they then moved to Albania. And if you type MEK Albania, there's a Channel 4 documentary about their compound in Albania. They had this massive compound with their own hospitals, schools, everything. They were in Albania, but they were not part of the Albanian system, if you like. They were outside of the Albanian system in their own compound. Now, apparently that compound is now gone and they've moved elsewhere, but I don't know where they are now. And that's the other thing, is that I've lost track of where these bastards have disappeared to. But they're not gone. They're still around, and they most definitely wish to take over. And the Kurds in Iran support them. And the other thing is that the Americans were talking about the Israelis also giving arms, starting to arm the people in order to go against, start insurgent groups against the regime. The first group that they were going to arm were the Kurds. And the Kurds are also a problematic group in themselves because they are also separatists. They want to have Kurdistan. They want to create the nation of Kurdistan. So there's a lot of shit going on. There's a lot of moving parts right now in Iran.
So when you say John Bolton, you were referring to the Bolton of what?
The war.
Years
member.
ago.
Yeah, George
Years
Bush,
ago.
John Bolton, the big mustache man.
Bolton,
Oh,
Bolton,
Bolton
he's
obviously
a
had-
known Iranian. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Bolton obviously has nothing now. I don't even think he has security details anymore, which probably is not. I think that's pretty lame. I think he should. But I mean, you think Banksy that this group has maintained the level of power without a backer or backers like John Bolton, that they've maintained and continued?
I mean, hold on. Let me just post this link. This is John Bolton giving a speech. This was some years back when John Bolton actually had some, he was in government. This isn't new. These are like 10, 15 years sort of span.
Well, he worked for Trump too for a while.
Yeah.
So I mean, he's been in the game.
So he's got he's a very influential person.
And he was the one that fired him.
Yeah.
But what I will say is that he is one of. Actually, in fact, this video is really good. It's by the New York Times as well, but it's kind of about the MEK. So if you guys want to check that video out for your own personal research, feel free. But there is a lot of war hawks in America who absolutely back these bastards. And I'll be honest, these people are awful. They are terrible. They're terrible for the Iranian people. Although their leader is a woman. See, that's the other thing. Their leader is a woman, so they want to push that. Oh no, look, these guys are feminists. They're all, the leader is a woman. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. They are Islamists, and they are just as bad as these mullah bastards. The problem is, if America supports them, America's, as far as America is concerned and Israel is concerned, as long as Iran is neutralized and has a government that's favorable to Israel and America, they don't care what happens to the Iranian people, because their agenda, their mutual, their their agenda for Iran is not necessarily what the Iranian people want. For America and Israel, it's just simply Iran to be neutralized, not to be a threat in that region. And however way that comes about, so be it. But for someone like me, obviously I want the Iranian people to prosper and to be under a secular society, not to just simply be under a American favorable Islamist society. But here we are.
So where do you sit here, brother?
Let me run a question around the room here real quick.
Sure.
Right now, the state that we're in, war with Iran, somebody who's often frowned upon, we just mentioned him, John Bolton. I'm going to go out on a limb, and I think he would be a benefit now that we're at war, because he is, after all, considered a war hawk, and he does have pretty in-depth knowledge of the Middle East. I normally would not have wanted him, but I think he would be a benefit right now, personally. So I'm going to go in the direction of Last Dance, and then we'll go from there. Do you think it would be beneficial to have him now?
I suspect it would be. I don't really know what he knows, but as you say, he was always the primary Iran war hawk, and here we are. Even though he's in terrible disfavor, I even think they're prosecuting him for having classified information in his book or something. But yeah, I think he would be valuable for his insights.
Should cut a deal.
Absolutely.
RW?
I'm going to pass my vote. I don't know enough information on this topic.
Based, do you? Based is
Hello.
out.
Hello.
Yep.
Can you hear me? Are you asleep?
I was
Wait,
dropping. I was dropping off. Yeah.
You want to hit the road?
No. I just you were just going on. I was happy just listening.
All right, Riddle.
Sleep
What's
in
your
your dead,
opinion?
Welchie.
Yeah, no, I don't think so at all. I think that because there is a good question there, right? Like, what does John Bolton really know? Is his fucking name, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, but he was fired for a reason, and I wonder what that reason was. So I do question what he would. I cannot say in good faith that he would be an asset, because maybe he was. Maybe he did have a bad plan. Maybe he was just hateful of the thing. Who knows? But I don't know. It's hard to say because we're not there. But it just sounds like I would say no. I don't think that John Bolton would be an asset to rehire him.
I think he was fired because he disagreed with Trump.
Well, sure, yeah, honestly, but let's be real here. Motherfucker's been winning when it comes to domestic. I'm sorry, not domestic policies, but these foreign warfares.
I don't know.
He has
out
been
for me on this Iran thing. This is
okay. Well,
I haven't made my mind up yet on this one.
all right, that's fine, fair enough. But I would not hire back somebody that was part of the old guard. Is what I'm saying.
Fair. Hafez, Banksy.
Hey, no, I despise John Bolton. He's a war hawk, and he is currently backing, or at least appears even in secret, what I consider to be the absolute enemies of the Iranian people. He is not going to encourage anything close to a democratic system or a secular system in Iran. And I feel that if this Mujahideen gets in, we will end up in a civil war situation within Iran, where all the different factions and all the ethnic and religious groups are going to go at each other. We'll end up as a shit show like Iraq. Possibly some other terrorist group will emerge out of it as well, and then we'll have the ISIS crap all over again.
Well, not to disregard your feelings, and I understand what you're saying about Persia and your ties to it, but in the sense of him being beneficial strategically to the United States, I think that's the part that is the yes, because he was pretty much researching and spying on everything Iran did for years. Obviously, it's been a few years, but I think he has a pretty intricate understanding of it, of the country, and probably the way things are run over there.
Maybe he does. But to be honest with you, I found very few, or if any, American Westerners who understand in any way the Middle East. They think that as soon as you get rid of some mullah or a dictator, Starbucks and McDonald's just come popping up magically and everything the Westerners don't understand the Middle East. The Israelis understand the Middle East. I would take an Israeli's advice on how to conduct a regime change in the Middle East, but not the West. I'm sorry, you guys just you screwed it up. You screwed up 20 years in Afghanistan, about a decade in Iraq.
Hold on a second.
Let's get through the crew here. Let's get down to Aphid and I want to get his answer on the John Bolton thing.
My apologies.
What was the original question? Because
would he be a benefit to us, the U.S., in the sense of winning this war?
I always like John Bolton because he liked to get us in. He'd like to fight.
Well,
we need a couple fighters in there.
I think a lot of people don't like him because of that fact that he is that. But the fact of the matter is, we're in the war, so he has strategic knowledge. He has bones in that department. I'd say, like, he's cut his teeth with Iran. I think he would be a benefit to have on our side. But normally I would not say that about him. Do you think that, Aphid?
Yeah, I'd say that's my opinion. Yeah,
because you're not a fan of his.
No, but I'm not a fan of any politician.
Fair enough.
So now you guys are in support of him. Really?
I'm only talking about it in the scenario that we are in right now with Iran, not in support of him in general.
Interesting. All right.
RW
is bored. Ask him a question.
You guys do your thing. I just don't know anything about this shit.
Well, no, I mean, wouldn't say that Iran and China and Russia, North Korea, other advantageous groups have made this an issue because of the forcefulness of what's happened with NATO and the European Union in terms of where it's going. You see the bigger picture here, don't you, boys? Yeah, you got to see it, don't you? You got to.
What do you mean? What bigger picture?
The bigger picture is which powerhouse is going to actually go through now, and which, commodities or whatever is going to work with it. Is it? It's a war of attrition.
Is this a war of attrition?
Yeah, it's coming to it. I'm sure.
It's coming to it.
Where it lies again, like some people.
What do you mean, like oil prices?
No, not just that. I mean, it's how can people live together harmoniously.
A war of attrition. So, in your mind, what does that mean in the modern sense?
Okay, how long you can last, right?
Right. No, that's the definition. But I said, in your mind, what does it mean in the modern sense to you?
For me, it will be like which powerhouse is going to live last. And you have the Western Foundation that I've always been part of, that we're mostly brought up on, right? Yeah, you understand those things,
Like a
and then you
Cold
have
War.
different avenues of this. And we've integrated because of warfare over age. Like this is like 200-300 years early in the making. We forget of other times. America's young, bro, and now it's getting
Yeah,
faster and faster. And you've created
so
this.
do you think America being young, why is that a point that has to be brought up?
Well, probably because of how much you've gained from the world. Alone, it's a promised land. And which beef you have. I mean, I agree with America. I'm not bitching down because, when you drop the bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, you could have turned around to the rest of the world and say, you get one of these. We'll bomb
All
you
right.
first.
So you brought that up. Do you think that was justified? I'm going to ask you again. You brought that up, Plastic African. Do you believe that the dropping of the bombs in Hiroshima was justified?
He is not responding.
I dropped a nuke on him.
No.
All right, well,
you're correct. No, I would say no. Open,
no?
but they did. Yeah, because they didn't have the numbers for it, so they had to do it. So there was a mechanical decision, right?
Wait,
That's
so
why I went to it.
you're justifying the decision?
Yeah, well, no, I'm not justifying it. It has happened. I do not justify
It
any
happened.
of these.
No,
Yes,
you're
it
reasoning
did,
it
and-
out, which means it's a justification. You're reasoning it out.
Stop breaking down what I'm saying.
All right. Anyways, I don't know why you brought that up. Anyways, all right, let's move on. So you know what you're talking about.
Okay. Oh, here we go.
Next.
All right.
Good. What's up, Dan? How are you doing?
Great.
Yeah.
Dumbass.
Oh, really? Interesting. Why am I dumbass, Plastic African?
Oh shit! You heard that shit?
Because you
I
couldn't
was
explain your
actually-
own train of thought.
Yeah, I mean, it was dumbass to me to not explain it to you, right, correctly. You said it was a problem there because it shouldn't have happened. I don't actually gain in those things that happen. This is the result of it. Where it
Right.
goes and what we're living with are the results of these things.
Okay.
Yeah. We always got to either challenge them and work with it and actually help others understand that from one's point of view. Like everyone has that. And remember, a lot of this is like disinformation, let alone a post-truth. And a lot of it is, again, existentialism. I wish actually it was, because most people would then actually take control of their lives and actually agree that their lives are shit and they're fucking boring and that's it. And just go with their fucking program. All right? Well, don't you think, like, overall, like, there's billions of us, right? Most people don't have that capacity to think like this. Or let alone have, I don't know, money to do things. They've got to live with it.
Okay. Next. Sorry.
Eastwind is bringing up the Air Canada versus fire truck crash. That was a tragedy.
That was very sad.
Don't we have a resident
Aviation crash
specialist?
Was it not LaGuardia? Like a LaGuardia crash?
LaGuardia, yes, it was LaGuardia.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you saw the video. That plane was probably going over 100 miles an hour, or right around.
No, it was going 30 miles an hour.
It was not going 30 miles an hour.
There's no way it was only going 30.
That's what they said.
Well, that's what
I'm
somebody
telling
might
you.
speculated.
Who cares
no
what
way.
they say? You look at that thing. There's no way that's the 30 miles
No,
an hour.
I agree. It was not going 30. It was going much
Was this
faster.
on the truck on the runway, right?
The fire truck, right?
Right.
Yeah, fucking hell. No way, man. That was really about 90 to 120 easy. It was taking off, wasn't it?
No, it was landing.
No, it was landing.
Was it landing?
Yeah, it was landing. Yeah, landing was even
landing?
crazy. That's even crazier. If it was taking off, maybe they could have survived. But
Okay, I was completely off my fucking rocker, and I apologize.
That's okay.
Preliminary estimates pointed to about 104 miles an hour. So
Okay.
Wow,
So
man.
So
Get back on your rocker, Steve.
yeah, and
You're
so
not. You're not off the record. I love you, Steve.
the cockpit was just shredded. So the
Oh.
pilots were killed instantly. I hope.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah.
they don't put like a roll cage in the front of that. 'Cause
No,
you
they
don't
do. They
expect
do
it.
have.
No,
They do have seat belts, but the part of the cockpit that was shredded was all the way to behind them. So, yeah, they.
You know,
they-
it's kind of like you said, like you hope they're killed instantly, and you're right. It's because it's a mercy kill. Like you
Yes,
better hope
exactly.
that they die immediately.
You know who's to blame? Well, obviously the air
Tower.
traffic controller made a mistake. We know that.
Absolutely.
But the
Well,
fire
didn't they
truck.
say- yeah, the fire truck. They told them to stop. Correct.
Well, but even
No.
before that, there's
Good.
there's a system called the runway safety light system, and if the runway safety lights are red, you're not supposed to go, even if the air traffic controller tells you to. That's the whole point of those lights. Is if the air traffic controller tells you to go, but those lights are red, you don't go.
And
So-
they gave the truck permission to drive, and then they said, "Wait, stop." But at that point in
And,
time,
and then they gave permission to drive, and then he said, "Stop." But then, in the middle of that, he made a call to another airplane, which seems stupid. And then he went back after that to saying, "Stop."
I think he was also saying truck 1. Is that right?
That was the truck number.
And it was almost like the truck didn't realize that they were talking to them or something because they
It's
didn't.
possible they didn't hear it, or it's possible
Well,
they weren't paying
So-
attention.
Why was the truck actually going through that?
that's
because
the thing
there
I want
was-
to bring up. Wasn't it? It was responding to an incident that already happened. So is it possible that this guy driving this fire truck wasn't like more of an outside, not just an airport specific one where he's gonna be inbred in him what every protocol
I-
is?
and-
Since he was responding because they said he didn't have the transponder in him or something. That there was some extra piece of
Yeah, he didn't have a transponder. That's true. That
So was this
one.
guy just like an area because there was such a bigger incident that he was responding to that
I don't think
he
that's a
wasn't.
thing. Like
Oh,
even
I'm
in
sure. If there's
Australia,
a-
in
if
rural
there's a-
Australia, they
Well,
have.
I
a
mean, think of it.
specific
If there's a plane crash, it's not going to just be airport firemen that's responding to it. There's going to be
Yeah.
people from all over the place.
Are you
flight-
So
sure?
is that the case with the? Well, yeah. If there's are you kidding me? If there's like
No.
if there's a plane crash with like hundreds of people that die, there's going to be like it's going to be like just like anywhere else where all hands needed and people come from everywhere to help.
Well, they
it's-
don't-
It becomes a
even
federal
then-
disaster.
Even then, fire crews ask permission to cross.
Right. But I'm just guessing maybe he wasn't as, he's more used to doing not needing to worry about every
Well,
street he crosses.
So we
Here's
don't.
the
We don't.
video. And let me just point out, this was filmed by somebody using their phone to film the screen. I don't know if
Yes.
that we ever figured out
The
what
good old third world live leak film the screen. video.
right.
the glare.
So I didn't know that
There it
the
is.
plane was coming in for a
it
landing.
is.
So,
Yeah.
wow,
Oh,
crap! That's harsh.
Yeah. If you think about it,
That's
it's hard to
messed up.
imagine something that big going that fast, but think of the size of both of those things and how much
Oh,
ground
dude,
it's covered
it's
and everything.
amazing that only so many people died.
you're right about
Yeah.
that.
You know,
I
it's
can't believe
incredible.
the guy survived on the fire truck. That
Yeah,
thing got
yeah. Wow,
fucking lost,
did he?
dude.
Oh,
Well,
fuck.
the plane kind of struck the back and the side.
The wheel, wasn't it?
I know,
Yeah,
but when
so-
that truck goes over, like
It,
you're inside, you're getting slammed.
I think it rolled more than once.
Oh my god, that impact.
For
Yeah.
aphid, the
Have a good night, gentlemen.
firefighting unit that was
All right, thanks for stopping by, Banksy.
No.
See you, Banksy. The unit that hit the airplane was aircraft rescue and firefighting, so it was an ARFF unit.
So he's just on site all the time. He should know better.
That's
He's trained for these he's trained. He knows the protocol, or he should.
Who knows the protocol?
The fire truck driver. He did ask. He asked if he could go, and then the traffic controller said, "Yes, you can go." And then he acknowledged, "I'm okay. I'm going." And then a few seconds later, the controller said, "Stop! Stop! 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 Stop!" truck one, stop.
I
Yeah, he
think
seemed
there's.
he
I
seemed
think you're.
low on
you're
his, and he seemed like he could have put more into his. I don't know if it would
Yeah,
have made a difference.
I
You're
agree.
right,
But
He-
it did seem like he was like casual. Oh, stop!
You're right.
gonna
You're right in a
cause
sense.
a horrible thing.
I agree.
Yeah,
It was
I
seemed too
think. I think
casual to
they.
me.
Yeah, you're right in a sense. Like, I think fault is. It's an unfortunate thing to do right now, because I think he was very dependent on the air traffic controller. Yes, but also he should have had just like his own judgment. Like, there's no way you really
it
see a
could be
plane.
complacency, couldn't it?
But he was very faithful about what the air traffic controller said.
Well,
so,
Yeah.
the thing
Yeah,
is,
it
with in aviation, is there's always backups. That's what the runway safety lights are for. They're a backup. If
Was
the controller says go and those lights are red, you don't go. Period.
well, he
Um,
went.
But that could be seen as complacency, couldn't it? Guys, I mean,
was it a D?
He
Was it a
went because they
DEI?
said-
Oh, it
Was it
could
a
be.
DEI thing, like with the old? Was it a darkie or anything like
I don't believe we have that data.
I'm not gonna. That's not relevant. I don't think.
that?
I don't know. Either way,
Well,
I have no idea.
I think
time
it's
will
just a
tell.
tragedy, and I don't really think that any fault is like really, like it's not the right way to do this. Like, it's a tragedy, and like blaming
Yeah,
somebody
of
is
course
not
it's
fair.
not.
Like, to do that, because it's like
Yeah.
it's just sometimes you make mistakes, and like
Now,
Yeah.
there,
it was not.
there has
Yeah.
been a lot of talk in the media. Is
Some people
focused
make more
on this
mistakes than others.
lack of a transponder in the fire truck, which a lot
Yeah.
didn't.
That's
If he'd had a transponder, then another safety feature called the surveillance and detection radar would have alerted the air traffic controller that he was going onto the runway. But that would have only given the air traffic controller maybe another second of advance warning, because as soon as he saw him going on the runway, he told him to stop.
We know
Which-
for a fact
Yeah,
that that unit did not have a transponder.
The fire truck did not have a transponder. Nobody understands why, because
Right, that's outside of SOP.
this is New York City. It's not like there's some poor, place
Yeah,
that
no.
can't afford to equip
Yeah,
their.
I said that in the Discord. That airport is amazing, and I heard it was a complete shithole like 20-something years ago. But it's nice. It's probably the nicest airport I've ever been to.
Really?
LaGuardia?
Yeah, it was nice, man.
I've never been to LaGuardia. Well, I
Well,
probably.
I've been
I
to
mean,
one of them.
I don't
like
20
the concourse and stuff, and where the food was and everything. It was like you felt like you were at like a high end mall or something.
Transgender. Thanks, Tom.
I was at one of them, and we had to walk like so far for a transfer. It was unreal. Like,
yeah, that's an airport. You have to walk everywhere, and also they're pretty nice nowadays.
East Wind Farms.
it just sucks when you're rushing and you have like luggage and shit. So,
Shall we add him?
True, you're right, Steve.
oh, he wants to join in.
We triggered Army enough to pull up to the panel. Hell yeah!
Good. Here he is, the legendary, the man, the myth, the legend.
What's going on?
What
man?
brought you up here, man? Were we talking too much trash?
Oh, you're talking about the plane crash. I just have a little. I've been watching this stuff, so I have a little input on it. That's
Sure.
There's one final thing I want to bring up. There was some discussion as to whether the pilots could hear the exchange between the air traffic controller and the fire truck. And the answer is yes, they did hear the exchange. So, maybe a little blame goes to them that they heard they could have heard the controller clear the truck to enter the runway if they were paying attention.
You're also talking about
but-
reaction times.
But landing is a very, very busy time. And, I don't think it's that surprising that they just didn't focus on that and missed that call. It's just,
You think they would have had time to pull up?
oh, for sure.
No. Well, wait. They would have time to pull up.
That was 2 seconds of reaction time, correct?
There's no way. Like, they were landing. That's impossible.
Not when
Yeah,
the,
there's no way. Yeah, I would say no way. No way. With that,
They're
No.
landing. Like, the force of motion, just like basic logic, like just completely contradicts what you just said. I don't understand. What do you
The-
mean?
the
How
tr-
would they pull up?
the truck was cleared onto the runway as the plane was landing, a little bit before.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
would have
that
had time to.
Video. What this audio we're talking about
Hold on,
happens
hold
before
on.
the video we just watched. Maybe 5 to 10 seconds even.
Oh, okay.
East had he came here for a
Yeah,
reason.
let's
hear him out.
let's hear from East.
Go for it, bud.
Greetings, fellow Earthlings,
Hello.
and
I'm not from Earth.
and RW.
Greetings.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, so I understood that the truck, the at least that truck, I don't know about all the vehicles, but at least the truck did not have a transponder, so on ground ops they couldn't see it. But seconds, I mean milliseconds prior, and of course we only see what the press shows us, but seconds before they gave clearance for the fire truck to cross the runway at D, they gave Frontier Airlines permission to pass through the runway, or through a runway, let's put it that way. So they said Frontier Airlines cleared to cross, I'm paraphrasing, cleared to cross runway, blah, 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 blah. And then right after that, he gave the fire truck clearance to pass. Well, if you listen to the full communication, so he gave Frontier the go-ahead to pass the runway, to cross the runway, and then the fire truck, and then immediately it was no, stop, don't. And then he said truck one in company, or at least truck one, don't, stop. So once again, confusion gets involved, and it's like, are they telling Frontier to stop to cross, or are they telling because fire are crossing the runway, or are they telling the fire truck? That's why after he said stop so many times.
I agree. That was another problem. Is he had just finished talking to the Frontier aircraft, and then he said stop, and then he said stop. Truck one, stop.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's possible that Truck one just assumed that he was talking to Frontier and kind of tuned him out. Plus, that fire truck's making a hell of a lot of noise because they're gunning that thing. They're not just taking their sweet time crossing the runway. They're heading to an emergency aircraft that's not far away. So they're flooring it, and it makes a hell of a lot of noise. So we don't really know. Everybody has to be interviewed by the NTSB to figure out what went wrong.
I think it's unfortunate that this happened, obviously, but it does bring a light as to the efficiency of what they usually do. This is a disaster, but it does kind of bring light to because they're usually very good. And I don't know, it's just kind of a sad. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
English bottle cap. Therein lies the ambiguity that in that moment they didn't fucking know. Well, nobody got the message.
Is this even going to be a heads roll scenario, or is it slap on the wrist scenario?
I think the controller. I don't know if he'll be fired. He'll probably be get retraining. It's a fact that you can make a mistake, and anywhere in that chain, and there should be a redundancy to prevent an accident.
With that person lost, I feel like that's an elevated situation.
It's never just one person's fault. It's almost never.
It is accumulation. It's a team effort. It's unfortunate. But do you think that he would ever want to be this again after everything?
Yeah, PTSD, valid question.
Him for life. That's one thing. And like Last Dance was saying, it's not just one thing in the aviation world. It might start with one thing, and then it just snowballs into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different things. So, the guys in the fire truck could have said, "Oh, they're telling Frontier to stop because we're coming on the runway," even though those idiots at Frontier, they won't stop. This and that, and the fire trucks think they have the right of way because they're going to a United incident. Further on the field, but it's a tough thing, and I don't think anyone. It'll be accumulation of things. And I think that's the way it is with a lot of aviation problems.
The controller at the time was handling ground and air traffic, so that was that's a combined position. It was late at night, so that's not uncommon. Although I think it's a mistake. But what we don't hear is he was also talking on the phone, trying to coordinate things for the emergency aircraft that was out there. So he was literally juggling, 4 different things at once. So he was severely distracted at that moment.
You heard the audio. He even admitted that he fucked up, and it's
Messed up.
Yeah.
it was sad to hear, but like at least he owned up to it immediately, and not even that's not even to say that like it was just solely his fault. So it's I don't know.
A lot of people. Sorry to interrupt you, Riddle. But
No, you didn't.
a lot of people credit, and I don't know if this happened, but it's a nice thing to say, and I don't mean to be cruel by saying it, but another reason they say the pilots were heroes because they kept straight on center line, and the plane, okay, first of all, the plane can't take off because the plane had already landed, it had its reversers on, and it had its wheels down, and it was below the liftoff speed, so it couldn't be taken off again.
Nope.
And it was going until they were stopping. And a lot of people, getting back to what I was saying, was people giving the credit to the pilots. They drove right into it, whether that was their goal or not. But had they veered off to the right, then the whole wing full of fuel would have hit the fire truck, and that would have engulfed the fire truck as well as the plane. So, did they have, I've never been a pilot, but they have quick reflexes, but how quick are they? But it's definitely a damn shame that those two died up front. And it was a RJ, which is the smallest of the commercial planes. And I don't even think the top of the cockpit was higher than the fire truck. Those things are right on the ground. So maybe if it was a 7.3, something bigger, they might have survived. But regardless, we're not talking about that.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, interesting nonetheless. That it did seem like it could have been worse, and whether or not they had a bearing on it by their actions, I can't say. But I was surprised when I saw what that shit looked like, and that there were no fatalities on the fire truck. That it was just the two
about
pilots.
a tank, man.
I even heard about a friggin' a poor stewardess who was like trapped in her seat for hours. They found her all in the fucking wreckage hours later, alive. And amazing.
I thought she was thrown from the aircraft.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
The seat was ripped out and flew through the.
Oh, no kidding.
Somehow flew out.
She went for a ride.
I had heard that she was eating. And
What was that, Smoke Steve?
Was she out in the grass or something?
She was out somewhere outside. Yeah, I don't know if it was the grass or the runway or.
She crashed into the crappy TGI Fridays they had.
She's got a
concourse.
Farm, did you hear something? You sounded like
restaurant.
I had heard that she was jump seating, so she would be in the cockpit and one of
Okay, she was in the cockpit. Okay,
so she was ejected through the windshield, basically.
crash. She was
she
got broken bones. She was messed up.
Yeah,
but they outside the aircraft, so she had just survived. Just out of
she had a pretty good view of those pilots getting decimated. I guess
that's terrible, dude.
Wait till her memory comes back.
But the thing is,
then the real
that's
nightmare
really
begins.
funny.
doing
Kind of psychopath.
because I think flight attendants are allowed to be jumps as a rule. I think that's pretty much kept for pilots. I don't know if flight attendants are allowed to do jump seat.
Why would the jump seat not be strapped into the actual frame enough? I mean, it saved her life, maybe, but like, isn't that an engineering flaw for it to eject through the front of the plane in a crash?
Well, it's designed to withstand a certain amount of force, but not the amount of force that occurs when the whole cockpit is shredded.
Fucking hell.
It's amazing that she survived, considering
Yes, it
what
is.
the cockpit looks like.
If you're ejected from what height at 100 miles an hour or 80, 70 miles an hour and ricochet across the ground, I mean,
Yeah, I'm not sure how it's. I'm not sure how she made it.
In order for planes to fly, they have to be kind of light and a little bit on the rickety side. No matter how strong things are, it still has to be light. So
Right.
strong is only going to get you so far when you have to fucking fly efficiently.
Yeah, but you can still use aluminum and plastic in a way that it's not going to shred in half on impact.
To a point.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
of
how many
course.
times is that needed? I mean, the cockpit is.
Wait, when do
Probably just one.
airplanes shred on impact? What do you mean?
I mean, you can't build a plane for expectance of having an impact like that. You know, I mean, it's just
I'm
not,
just
they're-
saying. I'm
it's
just
not
saying.
logical.
Yeah,
from an engineering
yeah.
viewpoint,
It's
if
not
it was,
conducive
if
to
it was
flight.
strapped down with one little bolt, that's going to make a lot of sense. Where if they could have used maybe spend an extra 50 cents and put 2 bolts, maybe the
Well, you
chair-
know
I
what?
mean, not
Right.
that's gonna
No,
make my
I-
airline tickets go up.
You're right. I get what you're saying. You're saying that
RW, the
they need to-
NTSB will investigate that too.
I bet.
Their investigations are so thorough that they will investigate why that seat came out, why it flew through the cockpit, why didn't the pilots survive, why were they so seriously injured. They'll
And
investigate
if she would have
everything.
died, if she had the seat not broken, would she have been alive?
Right.
Hey, I have a question. You were in the aviation world, from what I've gathered in the past. So
Who?
I lost my train of mind. I'll interrupt you in a second. So,
I think Last Dance is a hobbyist.
Yeah, I was never in the aviation world, other
Oh,
than as a
I know a lot about
fan,
what I've heard in the past. So I
He's
just,
just a nerd.
a nerd. Thank you. It's basically what I.
damn, what I was going to say. Sorry.
All right.
Sorry, man.
Man, I
Welcome-
just I
welcome to
was
the club.
trying to imagine. I was
I'll go-
imagining what you're gonna say, and it was amazing. So
And you were very right about what you were going to say.
Do you have a response, Aphid, to what you were imagining he was going to say?
Mm.
One in the chamber.
Oh,
it was
man.
just I loved it. I loved everything about it. It was awesome.
Good.
Good job. Glad to have you here.
Thanks.
There's our PA. Our PR.
Oh, did you guys see in your towns, did you have any what's it called? No
No
Kings?
kinks.
Yeah, we ran into, I didn't even know what was going on, and we went to lunch and we had to drive through right in the smack dab middle of it, and it was
How many people?
it was actually me and my son went the first big one that they had. Well, I think that they've had, I don't know, maybe half a dozen at this point, but we're affected by weather a lot, so the turnout's
Jeez.
not good. There was one time it was a really nice day, and I took video of it and put it in the Discord. But this time, I would say it was almost as much as I was surprised the turnout, because I didn't hear nothing about it.
So you're talking
and,
about thousands.
I mean, it seemed like I've done parades with my business, and it was like a parade, you know, like when we went to the restaurant we were going to for lunch, it was like we're driving through a parade route, you know, there was that many people, you know, few rows deep, you know, stand alongside there's signs, you know, that's the best part is seeing, you know, Vito Cheeto and, you know, no fuck faux king way, you know, it's just all this stupid
I've seen those. Incredibly bad.
and the age, now I don't remember this last time, but I'm sure it was similar, but the age of the normal participant was, I would say, 60 years old if I had to average out the age of everybody there, which is actually kind of surprising to me.
Yeah, thousands in England.
Is that a bad thing?
King's Day today.
We do have to talk about this smoke, Steve.
Yeah, that's
Oh
from
my
your neck
God,
of the woods,
yeah,
right?
I saw that.
I think so. Yeah.
Thanks.
Wait,
I gotta be.
wait, the guy that shot somebody?
Oh, Eastman,
man.
we'll see you, buddy.
Have a good
Always
one,
a
man.
pleasure.
Come back with
Always
some more insight,
Yeah.
you know, later on.
Thanks
Go
for
like
stopping
this.
by.
Go like this next time.
All right. See
It's
ya.
good to see you, man.
Yeah, so the cornhole champion that shot an individual and drove away with them in their car that has no arms and legs. This is a very interesting concept. Another gun safety issue.
He didn't think that one out.
Tell me your thoughts, guys. What Topple? I mean, Topple was Topple's suggestion, right? Get your
He
ass
got
on here,
himself
Topple.
in a real pickle there.
You know, why? By the way, Loafer, where are you? Can you hop on the panel
He's
too?
in Sheffield.
Scotland
Right.
or
I would
Yeah,
guess he's in Sheffield, UK.
oh,
Okay. I mean, like, can he actually hop on the panel? Is what I'm saying.
He's welcome
He
to.
knows he's welcome.
So what are my thoughts on this, RW? The person is a murderer, hands down.
come on! You don't have a leg to stand on there, Steve.
I mean, they clearly didn't put their best foot forward when they shot that
I
person.
got to give you a hand there.
I mean, you gotta feel for the guy. He more than anybody wants to be armed.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, and it can't be his first time because lawyers cost an arm and a leg. So
Exactly. Yeah. Right.
You can
That
see
means he
people
couldn't
very
pay his
seriously.
lawyer. He can't pay his lawyers now.
he's
I
screwed.
don't. Do you guys have you actually read the actual story? Because I've just saw paraphrasing.
No, I haven't read the story.
No, but I could see him shorting the lawyer. You know what this reminds me of? There was a time when Julian Edelman, great receiver for the New England Patriots, Rex Ryan, the coach for the Jets, some videos had come out of him basically showing that he had a wicked foot fetish with his wife.
His wife, yes, bizarre.
And there was a press conference with Edelman, and Edelman made all these put my best foot forward, we're jumping in with 2 feet. Fucking Belichick benched him for the first series of the game because
Really?
yeah.
No joking, huh?
Well,
Belichick.
you guys have heard that the African comedian that made the joke about the Lion King lyrics, and now he's being sued for $27 million
By who?
by the creator of the song. So basically, he
Under what
said,
grounds?
so you know that Lion King song is like Savannah, see cinema.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I heard
He
that.
basically said the lyrics mean, look, it's a lion. Oh my God, it's a lion. And so people were laughing, right? They're cracking up. He got sued for $27 million for that joke. And now he's in court. So I'm curious to see how that comes out because who fucking cares? It's a joke.
He might as
Yeah.
well represent himself on that one.
Well, you know, freedom of speech. You could make jokes about copyrighted material.
I would hope so.
Apparently, it's a big week for black comedians because a different black comedian did some skit where he dressed up somewhat similarly in whiteface to
Oh, yes.
Erica Kirk.
Drewski.
Drewski. I didn't really watch the videos. I don't really
It's
go
creepy,
for his
bro.
shit.
Well, you said
It's
okay.
creepy.
That
Well,
sounds interesting.
Dan, so you mentioned something about jokes about copyright material, right? However, they could copyright strike you depending on if you have a platform and present it as a joke, right?
He was on
For
a
example,
No,
show.
I mean, anybody could. They could copyright strike you, but they would have no justification because you would not be violating copyright.
Yeah, I'm not Don Henley. So, I mean, well, Don Henley is copyright struck everybody who's even
Right.
recited Eagles lyrics. It's really ridiculous. So,
It's got to be good for branding.
and I fucking hate the Eagles, man.
I love them.
The Big Lebowski. Oh, this is the Big Lebowski.
You know, you could
And-
check out Don Henley's music anytime you like, but you could never leave.
We were helping a relative clean out after their father passed away. They cleaned the house out, and it, pretty much we could have whatever we wanted in the house. And I came in this closet, and I
That's
found a
your
bunch of
playground right there. Ethan.
old Chicago and
Oh,
Eagles records on vinyl.
Vinyl?
And I was like,
Oh,
yeah,
man.
I was like, so I stacked them all up, and I was like, what about these? And she's like, oh no, those are mine when I was a kid. That's my keep pile back there in that closet.
I got to tell you,
Oh.
anybody who dies in your area, I bet you get there before the ambulance does.
Yeah.
You
Ding
know,
dong.
people your age start reading the obituary to see about the people that they used to know.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just seeing how close they are to my house.
I
That's
do
why
it
you
all
read
the
the
time.
obituaries. Get out of here. I can totally see it too. Hi, I'm sorry. We don't.
Ethan Lip comes out of the master bedroom. He's like, "What about these? Those are my diamond earrings, asshole." He's like, "What? I thought it was just in
I
the
thought it was
mix.
I'm
I
not-
didn't know."
I'm not dead yet. Wait a couple hours, please.
She's like, "You're in my bedroom, my records." He's like, "I don't know."
Every single thing in the house we could take except for this closet that oh man, I was so bummed out. I was
That's
like, oh my
hilarious.
god, I found the mother load. Finally something of interest.
Well, yo, so we've seen all your shit back there. Do you actually have a decent record player?
Yeah, I don't know if it's decent. It's
Does it turn on and work?
Does it hook up? Do you have some of those big?
Look
fake
at his
wooden-
setup. There's no way it's not decent.
Fake wooden, like old.
it comes out. Okay, you can't see it because my chair's in the way, but it's on a slider.
Is it hooked
Yeah.
up to speakers?
Huh?
Hooked up to speakers?
Oh yeah, I got some clips just right here, dude.
Nice.
Yeah, there's one right there.
And when you
Free-
start,
Somebody gave me that. It's like seriously, it's
Freebies.
like I looked it up. These two speakers, I swear to God, they're like over $1,000. I'm like, holy motherfucking shit! The guy just gave them to me.
I imagine they have a big magnet. When you pick them up, they're probably twice as heavy as you think they're going to be.
Yeah.
What you don't know, Riddle, is that most of that background is like a North Korean grocery store front. It's all decal stickers.
right?
I don't know if you. I don't know. No, you can't really see.
I was gonna ask, like, how long did it take you to actually build just that corner of the room? Like, what did you?
You know, surprisingly enough,
3
it was
dead
kind
people.
of like around. It was kind of around COVID, to be honest with you. I just had.
Really?
Yeah, I had this counter was here, and then I put like I noticed that. Well, I think it was Hayden was doing the shows and stuff, and I was like, oh, I found all these like tablets and phones, and I put like 6 of them up there, and I just had videos and pictures playing on them.
And it
And
just
then
started from there.
I don't know, just in 2020 around COVID time.
No
You must
shit.
have
I
really
had
liked
some of this-
COVID with all the people dying around you.
So what like
It was great.
what inspired you though? Like what's like the like? It's like I got to do this. Like because you have a great background, and it's been this for a while, and like
Yeah,
but it's your specific corner.
it's all
so-
it's all just like these cabinets were somebody was throwing them out, and this is it's just different equipment. Most of the stuff is stuff that people they'll know that they'll see a picture I post or something. They'll be like, oh, I'll give you a bunch of I got a bunch of shit that I don't need. And so there's two TVs here that I'm sure I didn't pay nothing for. I might not have paid hardly anything for any of this stuff.
I
like
got
this,
good news. You
this
might like
refrigerator is from just somebody that wanted to get rid of a refrigerator. So I was like, yeah, I could put beer in it down in my basement.
Oh yeah.
Before you
Are
know
you
it,
familiar? Are you familiar with the Xbox Special Edition Minecraft Edition, Xbox One Minecraft Edition?
Yeah, the green and brown.
The green
one.
one. I just sold
Yeah.
mine in box with the original controllers, even though they have drift, for $250.
Oh wow!
So
that's
it's
a good price
it's
because
an
I've seen them a
excellent
lot
collector's
cheaper than
price.
that.
Yeah, because it's like controllers drift, like it's a decent unit, but that's basically what I paid for it.
Yeah, good job.
So this is my first
I got
collector's
a
item experience.
I got a
so
Halo. My 360 is a Halo Reach edition.
That's what I have right next to me too.
What
too.
you have a Halo Reach edition? No shit.
The Xbox 360. Yeah.
That's what I got,
That
man.
was the last. That was the last good.
There's my. I got the two
No
Reach
way.
controllers. Yeah.
Nice.
I just finished.
Oh.
Because I got this. I'm stoked with this. This recliner I'm sitting. Somebody.
Oh,
wanted
I'm
to get
sorry.
rid of it.
Mine's not a Reach. Mine's the Halo 5 Xbox One. That's different.
Yeah, you can.
That is
Yeah, the
definitely-
controller. I forgot what those.
You can
controllers
see,
look
and
like.
those controllers, they'll sell for $50 or so.
Yeah, because they'll never drift, and they're like a Nokia brick phone. You can't break them.
But I just finished Limbo. I don't know if you guys ever heard of that game before.
Yes, that's an old game, but it's great.
Yeah, it was fun, man. It was on 360. That's why I got my controller right here.
No shit. You just played it recently?
I just finished it last night. Yeah.
Oh, tough
Did
game.
you say Limbo? Limbo.
Limbo.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I did have a YouTube tutorial up because there was a couple times.
I
where
don't blame you.
can't
That
figure
shit's hard.
I can't figure that shit out. And it was either I'm gonna put it away because I can't get past it, or I'll watch a quick little clip on. But I really tried to not. I would sit there for 15 to half an hour trying to figure it out.
That's amazing.
So it's
that
like
you
it's
just-
like a puzzle game.
Yeah.
Basically, at the beginning, you're just kind of like walking, and you're
it's a side-scrolling puzzle game. Yeah, it's.
yeah.
It's
Or-
free-
And
it's
it's
also
also
creepy.
really. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. It's also a creepy element, and it's
Yeah,
like
it's
super
cool.
complicated. It's hard. It's a difficult game, but
Did you
it's
get
great.
scared?
Fun though. But that if
Harder-
you look at the
Harder than
tutorial,
Pitfall.
huh?
Pitfall?
Yeah.
Harder than the
tutorial is
original
like-
Pitfall.
The tutorial is like an hour. So if you know what you're supposed to do, it takes you. And,
Yeah.
And I was like, I had already spent like I don't know 3 or 4 hours easily into it, and so that was the first time I needed that tutorial. So I looked it up, and it was like 15 minutes into the
Damn.
and I was
Yeah.
like, are you fucking kidding me? This guy got here in 15 minutes and it took me 3 hours to get here.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a
so
it's
what
a
you're
tough
saying
one.
is the tutorial pays off, shortens the game.
Well, yeah,
for you.
like in the old days, you didn't have that shit. You would have
course.
you would have like magazines, or you could get the strategy guide or whatever, which are cool, that would help you out. But no, you couldn't instantly just go YouTube and
Right.
watch a walkthrough where they go
Right,
from
like
start to
back in the
finish.
day, trying to land the F-14 and Top Gun on the aircraft carrier for the first few times on NES was like
Right.
the hardest fucking thing ever, dude. It's
Yeah,
like
you watch
impossible.
somebody on YouTube do it and you know exactly what to do.
Yeah.
But this
back then.
game, there's like it's really kind of I'll be real brief on because I know it's not interesting to everybody, but there's towards the end of it, you like switch on and switch off these switches to like make gravity pull you up or pull you down. And there's objects that you need to like get up to higher places. So you have to like turn the switch on and the gravity turns off, and then somehow get to the other switch to turn it back on to get it to come up and down until you can get it through a motion to get to where you need it to, climb up to the next level. That's the kind of shit it is, and it's really
puzzle
It's kind of
platforming.
hooks you. Yeah, it hooks you in, and
Sounds awful.
the style of it. The
Thinking,
style of it
okay.
is just black
Yeah,
and white,
black.
and you're just seeing the shadow of this kid walking
Yeah.
across the screen.
I mean, I could show off my fishing reel. That's all I got. That's all I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, but you got to wait to play that game.
We're close. With a fucking freshwater license in this state, I was looking into it. I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to grab one and do fish freshwater for a few months to quell the urges, like it's a nicotine patch for a smoker. I need something. I'm getting
trout?
close here. But it's $45 for a freshwater license. I can't justify paying $45 for fishing maybe 8 or 9 times.
Right.
And I don't really want to keep it, and with my luck, I won't get one, and then I'll get a ticket for like $200,
Yeah, the DNR I remember in Maryland, they were everywhere. People were scared to fish without a license in Maryland.
Yeah, that's how it is. You don't have a license for years and years, you're fine. Then once you get a license, it seems like you're always seeing game wardens then. I mean, I never had one when I was younger, never saw a game warden. Now that I have, a saltwater license, I see them all the time. So I feel like they're out there. They're around now. It's not like the old days, but
How long do you have to wait until you and your brother are going out on the boat?
that I don't care about. That's like a bonus. I just want to fish. The beaches are fine. The rocks are good. I'm a rock hog, beach dog. I'll wade out into the freezing water and fish for hours. I don't have to be on a boat. My earliest striper I think I ever caught was around the first week of May. And that jumps the whole season by a couple of weeks that most people consider the third week of May. So I know they're
You're supposed to be getting fewer stripers because they haven't been doing well in Chesapeake Bay.
well, that's turned around even in the last few years. The real
If only
recent
Maryland would
data,
stop polluting the Chesapeake and let it turn less brown.
the recent data has helped. And
Mostly,
the new
Pennsylvania.
regulation has helped a lot. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I fish a saltwater license. It's $12 a year. You've needed one for the last 12 years.
Do you know why freshwater licenses are more expensive?
Yeah, because of the management.
Because
the
Because they have to stock
feed
the
lakes,
because they get so much pressure.
which is
Yeah.
basically
One last thing about the video game. There's it's a three pack. It's got Trials HD, Limbo, and Explosion Man.
Is
So
Trials
You have,
the
you have an actual
motorcycle?
copy of it? Holy shit!
Wow.
Yeah.
It's not
I
Trials.
can
Fusion, is it?
emulate. I got a bunch of emulation shit.
This is like
shit, but
360
I usually play the
days.
physical. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
this
got
is like
dude. I got like 30 something Xbox 360 games back there probably.
Is Trials a dirt bike game or is that just Trials?
Yes,
Fusion?
it is. No, it
Okay.
is. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. All
Yeah.
three of those games are fun.
My boys play
15
Trials
bucks.
Fusion. It's pretty hilarious. The hard levels, I don't even understand how people beat that crap. I'll sit there for an hour just trying to get 2 inches, and it's just like, how?
That's what she said.
Mm,
Ah. Ah.
Excellent.
She's finishing the 8th book of a series right now, so she's like up there crying and shit. Very emotional.
Is it Dr. Seuss?
No, it's some fantasy novel stuff.
Oh.
Big, thick 1,000-page books. Really awesome.
6,000 page.
No. Or
Thick.
8 1,000-page books, basically.
Oh. My wife's been reading a lot. She's into Scottish. Smoke wife is into the Scottish thing right now.
Interesting.
What's the Scottish thing?
Just the Highlands, Highlander.
Oh,
Scotland.
really?
It's still going on. Yeah.
Highlander books are still an active storyline.
I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I think so.
I thought there was only
Something
so
like
many
that.
heads to roll. That's crazy.
I think so. I don't know. I'm sure I'm absolutely screwing this up. All I know is Scotland is hot right now.
That's interesting.
And the show and the book world.
I like Highlander from the 90s.
Was Liam Neeson in the original Highlander?
I don't know about that. The guy I'm thinking of
Neeson
is
and
definitely not
Highlander is
Liam
really
Neeson.
dated.
There really is a genre of books set in the Scottish Highlands.
Yeah.
Is it a wives' tale?
Yeah, they look like a variety. Mostly romance novels, but
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
not
Like, is it
not
like reading
entirely.
books? Like you look at it and it looks like they're reading a nice, simple family novel, but they're like into the kinky shit.
Corrag by Susan Fletcher, a story set around the Glencoe massacre of 1692. Well, that doesn't sound like a romance novel.
No, my lady
Kids
doesn't
still
read
have kink in
romance
it though.
novels.
We don't know. Those girls are tricky.
Sean Connery was in the original.
Spoken
Highlander.
like a true Irishman, T.
Some of these look downright good.
Yeah, the cup of tea. Yeah. Swinging kilt. Yeah.
Yeah, you would. You would say that.
Last night I was picking on Steve about doing cartwheels down the street. I don't know if you saw that comment on Scum's feed. Might not have noticed. It's all good.
Good. What happens there stays there.
What happens there stays there, fellas.
Is in not here, because when I go there, I often won't recall things.
Yeah. Drugs and alcohol are definitely happening.
I am very drunk, says Loafer. Well, right on, bro. It's
Yep.
It's 4 hours ahead, right? So he's at 216. I mean,
It's the pub. You get to be drunk at the pub.
Yeah, it's a pub for a reason, right?
we don't have
Oh, there's Scum right there.
we don't have
You're not looking at me, are you? Oh,
any,
Scum
we
TV.
don't have any
no.
liability
He
here like
respects his
like a bartender would have. You know, in 40 states in the United States, if a bar overserves the drinking public and the drinking public goes and kills somebody in a car after being overserved by a bar, the bar can get in trouble for that. Big trouble.
Makes sense.
Doesn't it though? But hey, a judge can release a criminal who's had multiple violent offenses, and the violent criminal can go back onto the street and kill somebody. And in 0 states does that judge get in
Does the
trouble.
judge get in trouble? I think that standard
Good
should
point.
change. My question for you guys, when you've gone to the pub, how often have you been denied a drink? Like even when you were definitely past your limit? And if you've never been in that scenario, well, aren't you a saint?
Never. But I
I've
hope
never
my
been.
alcohol
I've never
will.
been in that situation.
I've never been drunk in public like that.
Yeah, I don't know if I've been drunk in public either.
I've been holding up.
I've certainly been drunk in private.
I'm the big dude. I've been holding up like the little guy. My buddy's up in Vermont, and I've had bartenders say to me, "I'll serve you, but just water, Coke, coffee for him, no alcohol." And I'm like, "No worries," you know. But they've never said it to me. But the drunk little guy who like can't even stay up, you know, it's always seems to be the smaller people, because I think the alcohol and the weight is a direct thing. Like,
Yes.
a person who's 200 pounds can handle more than someone who's 160. It's just simple. I don't know. But I've never been
You're
shut.
drinking the 30-pack, they're drinking the 6-pack, and you're both reaching the same place.
I've never been shut off in a bar.
I just remembered of one time that I was at a like this place that had punk shows down in the city, and they did not have separations on the toilets. You know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like there was no.
You were sitting next to someone on a shitter?
Well, you just walked into that room, and there was like 2 urinals and 2 toilets or whatever it was, and there was no
partition.
No, it was just one of those kind of places. And I remember I puked my guts out in that toilet, and I was just, you know, there was no, you know, everybody could see me.
Oh, dude.
And then I just had to go hang out, you know, kind of out in the front on the side of the street for a while, get some fresh air. But I did get drunk in public one time. That was it.
Congratulations, buddy.
Cheers.
I'll drink to that.
And I will say I was guilty many times of holding up a bathroom in like a 1-bathroom apartment my friends owned. Many times, like just hugging onto the
guts. Okay,
the cold porcelain toilet, like I couldn't get closer to it. You know what I'm saying? And it was always because of mixing, you know, different things, because of just like I can't just blame it on alcohol.
No, I'm not saying I was never shut off, but I was drunk in bars many times. I had this one bartender who thought that I really liked Long Island iced teas, and no joke, he would make one for me every time I showed up, and it was gasoline. But
yes, it is, man.
He would basically serve me all this booze and shit, and like charge me like $20 for the whole night at this.
Did he wink at you and stuff when he was doing it? Was there any?
I always wondered if he was a homo, but I honestly don't think he was.
Chances are good, man.
I always wondered, but free booze, and you're
not gonna buck the system.
I had.
That is funny coming from you. That's hilarious.
At the time, I always wondered, but I had women.
Big old teddy bear,
right?
Every time you get a club, Steve, you're like, "Hey, buddy."
He called me LIT, like that was my nickname, Long Island Iced Tea, even though it would have been LIIT.
Was it? Did you even like him?
I couldn't really tolerate him unless he was giving me free alcohol. So no, I didn't really.
Oh, he was that bad?
Sounds like a coping mechanism that he may have.
I don't think I've ever had a Long Island iced tea in my life.
It's vodka, gin, tequila, and rum.
Yeah, that sounds disgusting.
With a heavy twist of lime and a splash of Coca-Cola.
It sounds expensive.
There's
it's a half ounce of each, so it's 2 ounces of hard booze with a heavy lime twist, and a shot of Coke on top. So the finished color, because of the colors of the alcohols and the splash of Coke, ends up being around the color of iced tea. So you don't want it to be the darkness of Coke, or like you don't want it to be like apple juice. You want it to be
iced
right on
tea's
that
album.
And it, because of that lime and that Coke, it kind of neutralizes the spirits, and I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't taste as disgusting as strong as you think it's gonna be.
There's
one of
different
those
qualities. There's definitely different experiences of Long Island iced tea, but it's like the original Four Loko.
Yeah, it's up there with. Yeah, there's. I mean,
a lot of Grandma, which was Grand Marnier. That's what we call them. Shots of Grandma.
Oh, that is nasty. That's like orange liqueur, dude.
Lots of them.
That's diabetes central. That is so syrupy.
Yeah,
I'm not familiar with that one.
Grandma, you'll usually see it sitting up on the shelf because nobody's getting it. But it's like kind of a fancy, almost like a Maker's Mark bottle, like similar.
What's the one that's like in a holy hand grenade that's made out of elderberries? It's like syrupy and purple. Does that sound familiar to anyone? I think it has a C on it. Letter C.
Yeah, it's got the gold thing on it. Yeah, I
Yeah.
know exactly what you're talking
Or
about.
Vasier or what? Something like
No,
that?
no, it does begin with the Cia. I had some here. It's fucking disgusting. It tastes like Robitussin. So
This is
gross.
like an alcoholic drink or like what
Yeah.
It's alcohol,
but-
yeah, but it's very,
listen.
very sugary.
That Grand Marnier that he had, you mix it with some of this and one of
Ooh.
these babies, and you got a
Oh.
fine margarita.
That
Well,
sounds
you know what?
good. I might have to
Bring,
do
you want to talk about Puerto Rican? Crown Royal is good. How about that?
Crown's good.
I mean,
That's
Scum will get
fine.
down with you for that. I think it's I have trouble drinking all that stuff because it's very burny. It just tastes like burning.
Yeah, it's alcohol.
Hey,
Yeah.
Mr. Kelsey, welcome back, buddy.
I had that Yingling tonight.
Like-
That was the first time I've ever had one. It was pretty good.
I love the light Yinglings. That's my beer now. Like it tastes just like a full
We
beer.
didn't have those until just like maybe 2 years ago here. For some reason, like they couldn't sell it on the other side of the
What's it called? The
Mississippi
light?
River or something.
Yingling. Is it
Yeah,
Chinese? What is that
no,
name?
No,
no,
it's
it's
from
an
Pennsylvania.
American company.
Yeah, it's
I
right
know
up
it's
there
a
in-
joke, kind of. Didn't you ever think that? What the fuck?
I did.
Yingling?
I totally did. I totally did.
But you telling me what is it? Charlie
So-
Yingling from fucking
Yeah, right.
Dublin,
Yeah, so-
Ireland? That doesn't sound right. You know, I mean, what kind of name is that?
What's up, Riddle?
No idea. No, I was curious. Like the beer name RW. Like what's it called? The
Yingling.
Okay,
I was
haven't
gonna
heard of
ask
that. That's
Mr.
been out for-
AI.
That's been out for a bit, right? It's
It's the
I've
oldest
I've
brewery
heard
in the
about
United
it.
States, to my understanding.
Yeah, it sounds like a Chinese name, but it's not.
That's
right.
From the
Yeah, there you
Um,
go. And the light one tastes just like the full beer. It's delicious. Like most light beers taste like water, but the Yingling light tastes just like a
It's
full
pretty-
beer.
This is pretty good. But it was like I was like gonna try some, because I always drink the same fucking thing.
Did you get
Lime
it for
Yeah.
free?
I don't know
know.
if you guys-
I don't have a
Yuang
problem
Lang
drinking.
or something like that.
I
yeah.
don't have a problem drinking different.
Oh,
shit. My wife.
it's a,
likes something.
It's an anglicized version of the German name Jungling.
Oh,
Jungling meaning, of
Here you're
course, as
being
it
racist
sounds,
saying it's Asian.
being Germanic, it translates to, as you would think, young man, youth, or youngster,
Yeah,
because that's
Uh,
how
Makes you act like
German.
one.
yeah, but everything is simplified, right? So marketing is efficient when you just say Yingling.
Yeah, but
Right
if you
next-
think, if you look
18
at the word Yingling, it almost looks like it's a ling, like a could be one who dwells in the forest.
Yeah,
right?
it looks
Like
the name looks Slavic, honestly. The name-
Yangling.
This is
So it says
1820.
It's most likely
young
youngling,
person.
as in like a
Yes,
young,
exactly.
young person. Yeah.
Young
Yingling,
person.
but-
1829.
So it's pronounced okay. So
200
it says
years
pronounced
old.
Yingling, which is crazy. It's been around for a while too. Yeah.
It's the oldest. I think.
1829, dude.
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean
200
that's
That
the
years
thing.
exact
almost.
can right there is from the 1829.
You go back 100 years in English, and the words we used were a lot closer to German. I feel like it would have been easier to learn German back then because the spellings are funny, but the actual words end up meaning similar things to English, being a Germanic language.
Right.
Kind of
Yeah.
interesting.
When you learn,
is-
I've only had a couple years, but when you learn German, you start to understand the root words of English.
Exactly. They line up. They're spelled funny, but then when you pronounce them, you're like, oh yeah, that it does
Yeah, I
make
mean,
sense.
you could say that for you could say this that for you could say the same thing for a lot of languages. For example,
Yeah,
Spanish.
for Latin based, yeah, like
Yeah.
Spanish, yeah, English, Spanish.
Some words though, but yeah, some words in Spanish are wacky, like work, trabajo,
Well,
Those two
but then
words
then
are-
you're saying you're
Trabajo?
thinking it's a direct translation where trabajo would not mean work; it would mean like traveling for work or something like
Right.
that.
But it also depends on
Yes.
the emphasis of how it's said.
Mm,
So that's like language, right? But it depends on how
Exactly.
you say it. It
Yeah,
emphasizes a
pronunciation.
different meaning.
sure.
To go back on beer real quick, there's another
Oh, yeah.
brewing company in Pennsylvania called Lionhead. Their slogan is "the best head in town," and they had under the cap they had puzzles, and they were like picture puzzles where like you'd have 3 pictures and you had to guess what the word meant. Those
Yeah,
were
yeah.
always fun to drink.
I got those up at UMass. We bought them at Liquors 44 in Hadley, and
Cheap
it
as
was like
chips, huh?
$10.99 for a 24 pack.
Yep.
and of bottles, and it came in this thing that was called a bar case that was a 30 cents deposit. So you had to pay 30 cents for the box and then an extra $1.20 for the bottles. But then we were all proud to like get our bottles dry and repack the fancy bar box, and then you got $1.50 when you turned them in, you know. So
Was it actually
like,
a wooden box?
no, it was cardboard, but it was really reinforced. And they sent them back to the fucking brewery and they just reused them.
That's cool.
Because the things looked like used when you bought them. I was like,
yeah.
Pre-COVID.
That was a culture shock for me in Central America when you buy a Coca-Cola and the bottle's like older than you are. It's got all this character and age to it. I'm thinking in my mind, this is still safer than drinking the water, so let's do it. But it's different. It's very different.
Yeah, you would think there'd be all kinds of fucking like microbes living in those little fissures in the glass.
Possibly.
You know, all
still
of a
safer
sudden,
than water.
2 weeks on the shelf in the store, and you've got yourself a powder keg of I don't know, whatever the worst thing they
sugar,
have.
though. Sugar doesn't allow things to grow in it unless it has another medium that it can grow on and feed on the sugar.
Interesting.
Sugar is a preservative.
Unless you threw some yeast in there that eats sugar, but right, I hear what you're saying.
But even then, that's not a bacteria or a mold. It's a yeast.
Right.
I'm actually thinking about making honey mead. I'm getting more and more interested in at least just seeing what happens and how it goes, because it looks ridiculously simple. And I used to love buying mead because it might hit pretty hard, but it was delicious.
I think that's a great idea. Do you have, this is the one thing, I know you have a homestead. I've heard about the animals. Do you have a little hive?
We don't have hives, but the orchard that I've helped out in, they have live hives there. I can contact that guy.
Oh man, I'm surprised you haven't taken that one on.
I'm not ready to deal with stinging animals.
Are you thinking the hobbits will find the hive and many stings will ensue?
Well, I mean, my youngest one has PTSD because we were in the greenhouse one day and a wasp crawled up his pant leg and just was stinging the shit out of him all the way up his leg. So I had the beeline from all the way across the other side of the garden, and I didn't even know I could run that fast. And I had to rip his clothes off, and of course it was there under him, just tagging him out. So now anytime he sees any flying insect outside, he freaks. So I'm trying to get him to calm down from that, but I understand where he's coming from.
I had a bit of that for some years. It's a knee-jerk reaction that he probably can't control. But yeah, you have to do some sort of, what do they call that? Exposure therapy, if you can. I don't know.
I mean, so one of the activities we have here is called Bumbleminton, and we take a tennis racket and we go and kill all the carpenter bees that are ripping holes in all of the barns and everything.
That's
so
fun. But
he's
those
willing to do that.
Those sting.
The females can.
Yep.
How do you kill them?
You just take the tennis racket and play Bumbleminton. They shred into pieces.
Or at night they go up in those holes and chill out.
That's right.
I spray shit up in there. Same thing with ground hornets. You guys get those?
Absolutely. Yellow jackets.
No, I'm talking about ground hornets.
Ooh.
I'm not familiar with them in particular.
Well, there'll be a hole in the ground, and it must be massive underneath.
What color are they?
It sounds like
they look like a black and yellow striped normal something else. But
I would call those yellow jackets. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Yellow
you
jackets
pour gasoline down the hole with
hard.
a screen and light it, and they crackle like popcorn. That's how you get rid of them at night.
Well, that's how I pour gas down in there. But you got to make sure, like, if it's too close to the house, then you're like, because it'll burn for like 15 minutes. But if you just cover that hole up, usually they got another hole somewhere else.
I have a question. There's like a nest in the stockyard of where I work at. How would you is there like a bomb you could use, something you could use?
No, they sell this spray that goes like 20 feet and it creates this giant foaming ball.
It's marketed for 20 feet.
Well, I've used it up to probably 14 feet. And
14 feet.
If you hammer the nest with it, you want to wear a hoodie or a couple hoodies just in case one or two.
I want something. Look, I don't mind paying for it, but I want it to be long term and be actually like effective.
No, if you hose it down,
you want to have somebody else spray it.
No, fuck that.
Right.
Fuck that. If you're
Hate
not
somebody
allergic, do
else?
it yourself. Be a man. You can fucking do
Yeah.
it.
No. This
Hell
is not. No, I understand, but it's at my work, so I can't do it legally. So
I
it's
don't know.
like,
You're in California. Maybe you have to use some organic
Oh,
smoke
here we
to
go.
coax the bees to fly
Yeah,
away.
it's got to be
They have-
marijuana smoke.
You can use rainbows.
Chopsticks.
and-
They have to catch them with chopsticks, I think.
So, did you email your company and say this was a situation?
very helpful, Steve. Thank you.
Did you email corporate and say this is what's happening? Because if you email it in a way that they may have to pay a lot of money because people might be allergic to bee stings, they might actually get on that.
All right. So what I'm saying is that there's a fucking hornet nest, and nobody wants to fucking do anything about it. So what I'm saying is, what is a possible practical example of doing this? Like, how could you do this?
If
Well,
it's above
the-
ground, you
just
buy a can and
spray.
spray it. If it's
Yeah,
below
if it
ground,
was me
not that
in
good.
my
Okay.
job, I would just use the company money to buy the spray and do it myself.
Okay.
Wait-
If it was in a
Wait
place
till
where
wait till sundown and they all go up there though, because if not, they're just gonna keep coming back to that nest.
See, that's a
as
good
you're
point.
killing all their relatives.
All right.
sundown, they're
yeah.
there overnight.
Yeah, good. And they come back to death.
They wake up fairly early, so you kind of want to catch them when they're in the nest. So, like he's saying,
Yeah.
they return around sundown.
Billy Bob, links in the description, and it's most likely pinned at the top.
It's not pinned, but it's in the description.
So it's just a complete nuisance, and for some reason, my this company is, you know what? Never mind. But all right, that's interesting. All right.
He's
Above ground is really easy to deal with. Below ground is a little trickier. You have to.
I don't
basically
think
do it at
I don't
nighttime.
think I don't
Yeah,
think this
it's
guy
it's
is
above ground. It's not below. Thankfully.
Just let them in. It's been a while since we had some porn in here. Come on, bro.
negative.
What do you mean,
Come
let
on,
them in?
Bro,
Me
It's
and
been
Last
so
Dance were working
long.
in the background with a solution for that.
it's
No,
been
I have,
so long
I-
since you had porn.
I developed my my opinions quite quickly, and that's a no.
Oh, interesting.
I guarantee you've passed
For
on
president.
somebody
Zero imports.
that could have been totally fine.
Three
You're
out of
too-
four. 3 out of
Because
4
you're
at
too
that.
fucking particular. What
Yeah,
what does it hurt us to see
Oh boy.
some guy sitting on a toilet shitting as he's jerking off? Does it really ruin us?
I mean, aphid lip, it won't affect you very much because it's not your channel or your strength.
No,
but
it's a point. It's never affected the channel except once I got a week ban on Twitch, and then at the time, my buddy who was doing a weekly stream, I realized I'm going to get banned on Twitch. I don't care about doing my show on Twitch. I have more fun watching other people on Twitch, so that's why I stopped putting this onto Twitch, because Twitch picks up on things way faster than YouTube.
Is that right?
Oh man, Twitch
yeah,
is on
Karen's,
it.
Karen, there's less of a community, and I swear, even without the algorithm, the Karens are just sitting there waiting to strike.
I mean, I said something about a bundle
Yeah.
of bundle of sticks on Twitch once. You know the word they use.
Yes,
It's an old
starts with an
English
F, ends
word.
with ashes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
and I said something about that, and I was like making a joke, and people were like, "Dude, he's gonna get a strike. What are you fucking crazy?" I'm like, yeah, you know, I shouldn't be saying that online. So they were
You
right.
use the F word, free speech. They're like, oh,
No, free speech doesn't apply to the internet. That doesn't.
I've
Some are a
only
little
ever
more
watched
forgiving than others.
Random Goon Show on Twitch, and
Well,
I
I
wish
found-
he would come. I wish he would come back, but I don't want to. I don't want to like give him shit or anything.
he
'cause
played
he's got
Dungeons and
reasons.
Dragons with me 2 weeks ago.
Oh,
Did he?
cool.
Yeah, we did it on Jeff's stream. He played a rogue, a little mischievous
Yeah, I
rogue,
saw
which kind
that.
of
I love Random Goon. He's one of my favorite dudes.
He's still buying guitars, and he just
Hell
got
yeah,
a
he
nice-
is.
He just got a nice Fender guitar. So that's all I'll say about that, because I don't want to say too much. And it's not much. And this guy, I don't know who he is.
Well, let's find out.
You can put your screen up. You can be like the main guy.
Nah.
All right.
You
I'm not going to
pussy.
offer solutions.
You pussy.
I agree with Aphid. Like, give him a chance.
Yeah, they still do English.
Even if your channel got banned, what would it do?
That doesn't hurt us
You.
at
It would
all.
get banned.
Because you
Yeah, it'd
get
be fine.
We'd find some other way to hang out. That's all that matters.
We'll go get Aphid stream ban.
I
Like,
guarantee you're not gonna get bans. Like, relax. Like, I think there's a lot of overthinking happening. I don't blame you. It's fine.
Man, I
but-
wish LiveLeak was still around and had their live feed. Oh man, that was the best, dude. There was like my shit I had on there. I just put I didn't care, because I knew I was not gonna get in trouble. I could do whatever the fuck I wanted, and I had so many people watching every time I went on live. It was awesome.
It was.
I missed that.
It was
all right.
decent.
So let's take a
Nobody took advantage of that either. Nobody took advantage of it. I'll tell you what.
When Hayden and Graham were doing they did the live ones on LiveLeak.
Yeah,
you would do the after party show.
Right,
and,
right.
You start out with like 1,400 people on there.
Fuck yeah, I would. I mean, it was
crazy,
like a gold mine, man. It was just like I could just go, and Hayden would promote the shit out of my stuff.
He was,
and he's like, look, he's gonna do it, and it wasn't like anybody else couldn't do it. It wasn't like I had special privileges or anything. It's just nobody else took advantage of it. And then like they did the World Cup. One of the World Cups went on during that time, and somebody was like, "Motherfucker, we can put our bootleg stream up of the World Cup, and nobody's gonna say shit about it." So they really took advantage of that, and then there was, I think there was some backlash, financially on somebody was leaning on Hayden. Look, you can't have a platform where they can live stream whatever they want to live stream, and then just like everything else, then it got cut down a notch because of that.
yeah.
Because you could put UFC fights on there, you could put whatever you wanted. You could talk till the wee hours of the morning about whatever the fuck you wanted to talk about, and you could do drugs on there. You could do whatever the hell you wanted, and nobody would say shit. You could do anything, but nobody took advantage of it.
Over the years to Hayden, I've sparingly brought up to him that I feel like he could absolutely make an incredible thing by starting it back up. Now it's sort of become this thing in the lore of mainstream of LiveLeak, the people who people use it in memes and shit now, and like I feel like if he started it back up, it could be incredibly huge. But I think in his mind, he could never defeat the assholes because he wanted a certain level of freedom and allowing of the users to be free on that platform. But there were so many people who ended up being like really overtly racist and creepy and sexist, but mostly racist, that it ended up like they couldn't keep up with the bullshit in the comments, and it just got tiresome and cost them sponsors. Wouldn't you say that's right, Aphid Lip?
Well, and I don't have any inside knowledge, so this is just my thinking over the years. Hayden was just, I think, the face of a larger conglomerate of different people. So I think that if it was up to just him, I think that he would be fine with having something still go. Even when it came towards the end, he went out on his own and he tried the trigger warning. He had several different sites that were kind of like Discord sites,
Right.
And they never caught on. They never really caught on. And but I think it was more, the more outside forces, I don't think he has the I mean, maybe he does, I don't know, the capabilities of doing that all by himself. I think it was more behind the scenes people that, because at one point that LiveLeak was worth like a lot of money on paper,
right?
And I think that same conglomerate or whatever is, I don't know, I haven't been there in a year or two, but that whatever that site was that took over LiveLeak, what's it called?
Something edit or something.
I don't even know.
Yeah,
I think I have an account. I think I have an account there, but it was like I think it was making him a decent money, and maybe it still is. I have no idea.
At the time, they were getting like 70 to 80,000 views per like for videos, which I thought was
Yeah.
pretty
That's
awesome.
called
And it
Item
was
Fix.
Item Fix. Yeah, it was
Item
sort
fix.
of a
That's it. Yep.
Item
It was
fixed.
a-
Okay, yeah.
it was a simplistic way to take videos that were popular on the internet and add your own commentary, like upload videos you found and sort of make them your own.
It still exists.
Is it
I
still popular?
I
know
guess-
Anna had even made several
I'm gonna
videos. I think,
look. I'm
and
gonna
put
head
them on
out. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. And
All right.
See you, Riddle.
Have a great week, Riddle.
Be
You as
well.
well. You
Be
have a
well.
wonderful weekend. Good night, guys.
See you, man.
All right.
Riddle's earlier than us, right? The sun's going west, so it's just
Yes.
going
Yeah,
towards
yeah,
him
he's-
now.
Cali, so he's what?
He's
4
got my
hours?
sun, damn it.
He's got daylight still a little bit.
Well, yeah, it's 7:44
Yeah.
over there.
Maybe, maybe not. Maybe.
Boy, that would
Yeah,
be
it was
nice.
probably like what 5:30, 4:30 when you guys came on.
Yeah.
Yeah. 3 hours and 14 minutes. Not bad. No, 2 hours. Wait, 3 hours. All right, we're rolling.
Did you guys hear about the heist in the truck that was bound from Italy to Poland? That happened very
Was it
recently.
Kit Kats?
Yes, 12 tons. of Kit
I'm
Kats.
not a fan of Kit Kats, so I'm gonna go
Oh, give me a break.
in my driveway and grab a beer, and maybe I'll do a shot. Yeah.
All right.
Why is this a big deal? Because Random Goon was like
What?
saying that we should talk about it. I
I
said,
just thought it was
why is
funny.
this why is it a big deal? I mean, because Random Goon was saying that we should talk about it tonight. I didn't look into it.
I just thought it was funny. I don't know if it means anything more than just thugs took out a truck full of chocolate. But
I mean,
apparently,
did they-
every single
did they-
Kit Kat- Go ahead.
Was it an accident? It seems like the most worthless fucking truck to a criminal ever. Hey,
think it was
you
an
want to
accident.
buy some Kit Kats? I mean, what the fuck is that?
Well, they can't sell them because they have to be careful how they sell them because every single barcode is trackable.
Yeah, they're fucked, bro.
Well, they can eat them.
So I expect a big influx on like Amazon, or not Amazon, but like eBay or whatever, where cases are being sold.
Why don't they just return the truck and be like, all right, well, what kind of plea deal?
I don't know. After that type of stupidity, you probably just want to run.
Just lamb it forever on the
Yeah.
Kit Kats.
You've
on
already,
the lamb.
you've already shown that you're that much of a moron. You're probably just gonna have to hide from society for the rest of your life.
Right.
It reminds me of this story I heard when I was a young man, and it was a Doritos truck with it was just boxes and boxes of Doritos and bean dip.
Ooh.
And the story I heard was these guys, had all the Doritos and bean dip they could ever want, and it was heaven.
Yeah, it
I've
was
seen some
probably a
interesting
pretty
crashes.
stinky truck after that.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine having to clean that off, the bean dip off of stuff. It turns into like a mortar, doesn't it?
Well, I don't remember. I don't remember it lasting that long. Well, because the story goes that they could only take what they could carry, so it didn't last that long. I will
Yeah.
tell you one other time I was in a car and there was my friends were I probably shouldn't be talking about this shit. Some friends of mine they were already in some trouble for they blew up a grades or elementary school mailbox with a pipe bomb, so they were already in trouble with the law. And I at the time was under, is it 17? I guess 18 is curfew.
Mhm.
and it was like 11 o'clock or whatever, and we were at this party, and there was some stuff that went down that we didn't want to be a part of because the trouble that my drivers were in. And we got pulled over by the police leaving the subdivision, and they opened up the trunk at gunpoint. They
Ooh.
opened up the trunk of my buddy's car, and he had boxes of Doritos. and beaned him in his trunk, and he had to explain to the police why he had that, and he came up with it just like that, like it was second nature that his mom was in Avon and she shared the car with him, and this was for her Avon parties, and they cops totally bought it.
I mean, that's a very fast fabrication of a decent possibility.
The only other stuff I remember, the only other stuff in his trunk at the time was repelling equipment, because we used to always rappel off the side of cliffs and stuff.
Yeah, I haven't belayed in
it's-
quite a while.
A random, trunk full of repellent equipment and
That's how you.
boxes of
That's how you.
Doritos and bean dip.
That's how you stocked your hidden fallout shelter on the side of the hillside.
Oh man, good times.
Have you guys downloaded your White House app, your official federal White House app for all your daily news?
No,
You guys hear
Is
about
there?
the release?
no.
Yeah, the White House has officially released its own app for news, so that you know you're getting solid facts.
Is this like a CNN app? Like
I've never. I
fill you in on all the
haven't
great things
downloaded it
Trump did
personally.
every day?
I don't know what
Can
the.
only-
I don't know. I would think it's just like any news that happens that comes out of Capitol Hill or whatever is something that they'll post on there. But I just
Any
don't want
news?
it. I don't want
I
it.
think they might handpick what they show you.
I have a feeling the news is going to be a little biased. Yeah, I'll stick with X. But the whole cryptic video thing that was coming out of Washington D.C. for those 2 days this week, that was a little weird. Like, why are you posting like clandestine spy master material? What's that about?
Was that the video with the woman's shoes and some background chatter?
That was, yeah. And if you replay it backwards, she basically says, has it happened yet, or did it happen yet, or when are we releasing
Oh,
it, or whatever?
it's in reverse.
Yeah, people have flipped the film and showed it. They basically believe it's the press secretary that was asking if something.
I feel like
had
I saw that video. It didn't seem like it was in reverse.
It's subtle in the background. I heard it. I mean, that's my perception.
Well, no, I heard somebody's talking, but I don't remember it being.
You think it was purposely posted, or it was just like
Yeah,
drunk posted?
that doesn't make sense from that level for someone to be drunk posting from
Yeah.
a federal.
Things are different in the Trump administration.
I don't
That's
think they're that
right.
different. I think that they're trolling,
Oh,
and this is a new level of propaganda.
Okay.
I just don't. I mean, there's a propaganda war happening between Iran and the United States right now, and I don't know if it has anything to do with that, but it just doesn't make sense. It's kind of left fieldish.
Man, I can't see. I know I haven't heard too many people talk about, but I cannot see the state of the country being a good thing for Republicans in the midterms.
When is that again? When is the midterm vote? Or I guess it's over many
November.
months. It all finishes in November, or it all happens in November.
I think that's when the vote is, right?
Okay. I don't know, man. I think there's so much bullshit and so many bullshit polls and so many bullshit politic articles that
I'm
really
not
don't
talking
know.
about polls. I haven't read any polls. I'm just going off of gut feeling. It seems like people aren't happy with the state of things right now.
It's really not doing them much good to have control of Congress anyway. So things,
Right.
this really doesn't matter at this point.
If
What is this
people are
now?
seeking, something else, do they really want to hand it over to the other side? Do you think people are like, yeah, that the left is going to fix this?
That's how they
No,
vote.
I don't think anybody thinks anybody's gonna fix. I think people are so just disappointed with the way things are.
So they just want change, even though change isn't going to make anything better. They
Yeah,
just
I don't
want-
think that. Yeah, I don't think they have much hope. Just change. The way it's not. It's what have you? It's always what have you done for me lately?
You know what they're
Yeah,
going to
I
need
get
to
it.
see? I'm talking about the man in the mirror. They're going to make that change. Sorry.
I'm waiting for him to make that change.
Yeah, I mean,
What you cracking open there, Smoke Steve?
That's
tequila.
The
isn't
20
it?
the is that the 20-minute call?
Tequila.
Yeah, that
In
there's
20
your
in 20
sign.
minutes. In 20 minutes or less, Smoke Steve is gonna be like, "So, what do you guys think?"
maybe 20, maybe 18 minutes.
Gotta have a little bit different for the daylight saving.
And that doesn't mean I'm going to bed. It just means I'm going.
But you
on- I'm
can't.
I won't be able
stay
I won't be able to
here.
compensate hosting a show. That's all.
Exactly. That's all it means. Oh,
Did you see that Australia has decided to ban social media for children of age 14 and under?
I am more interested in the recent judgment that was awarded for $3 million to the woman who says she was addicted to Facebook and Instagram.
Oh yeah, she was. That's right. The trial went in her favor.
Yes, it did.
So she's gonna
I haven't heard
what?
much. I'll dig on that though, because I'm curious if corporate has to.
$3 million, I think.
She could get $3 million because she's gonna. Oh my god! You know, there's times in my life when I could have taken advantage of situations, and I just feel like that's not a good person.
Man,
Unless
all
unless it's gonna help, unless it's gonna help in some way the society, you know, by this decision. You know, I think it's a cheap way of, you know, you got to work hard to succeed in life, or closing day you're gonna have some regrets.
I
6
agree.
million, 6 million, 3 million compensatory, and 3 million punitive.
Well,
Part of-
juries are stupid, and
You cheap shot your way through. I can't sleep with myself.
And part of her, well, I don't know, 6 million, bro. Your mortgage would be paid off. You
I know.
You would stop working. You know, that's it.
you can get a new bed and sleep with yourself.
Yeah.
Buy a secondary rental property or two, maybe in a nice warm area, and you can use it to vacation for free at once in a while and make money off of. I mean, if
don't
the
know, man.
case
You're
is
living
there,
off-
if
you're
you
living
talk
off
to a
of-
lawyer, if you talk to a lawyer and the lawyer says we can win this, then what would your big objection be from taking money from a company that's worth trillions of dollars?
Because it just wasn't well deserved.
Dignity.
No, fuck that. Take 'em.
I think I have that. I can't do that. I can't.
I don't
go
think
out.
it's
I can't
dignity.
go out.
I think there's no shame in the lawsuit. If she was suing fucking Luigi's Pizzeria or something that was a mom and pop thing, whatever down the street, I would care maybe. But this is fucking like Google, you know?
Yeah, but that shit affect. You know, I don't know. You got to weigh it. You know, you got just like everything else. But I feel like a lot of situations like that, especially with insurance, you know, the people that are fucking scamming the system, you know, and living their easy life because of some stub toe or something, you know,
I agree.
are making me pay, you know, $20 more a month for my insurance.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think the lawsuits that were paid out by Philip Morris and the like were justified to all the people that sued them? Because if so, then people are arguing that this lawsuit now that this woman was successful with could be the beginning of a waterfall of lawsuits if this is to set some sort of legal precedent.
Rarely in my life have I thought to myself that, you know, I wasn't in control and that
Exactly.
that someone else made the decision for me.
Yeah, but a judge, was it a judge? Was there a jury? Was
Jury.
it a
Do you guys want some
Was
insight on
jury.
this? I have it summarized for us.
I mean, I have regrets and being like, you know, why the fuck, you know, did I, especially with smoking cigarettes, but I knew, you know, I didn't not know.
You
I
sure
guess it
didn't.
I was fully aware of it, and I still
There
am. I
wasn't
still
Philip
smoke.
Morris that tricked you, you know.
No, it was.
I guess there was a time when they were less honest. There was a time when the
Yeah.
cigarette executives stood up there and
Yeah,
lied.
but I mean, if McDonald's told me the McRib was good for you, it's not gonna make me want to buy it more. I
Well,
don't care if they tell me
supposedly they
it's
had
horrible for me. I'm still gonna buy it and eat it every year when it comes back because I like a
supposedly
fucking
they had
McRib.
some young
They got to get rid of that
whippersnapper.
stock eventually.
They had some young whippersnapper in the 1950s eat McDonald's for like 3 meals a day for 30 days straight or something.
I guess that was a total sham. I heard that
You're
there
talking about
was a lot of
Supersize Me.
No,
yeah. I
I'm
heard there was,
talking about from the
oh,
1950s, the actual company McDonald's
Oh.
fed a kid way before
Yeah.
the liar from Supersize Me.
Yeah, I trust in-house auditing.
yeah, but
But
if
the
that,
funny thing
I
is,
bet
the
that kid.
McDonald's thing was I don't know. It was just that
I
was
bet
how
it-
advertising was in the 50s to prove.
I bet
this is
there's-
how we'll prove it.
I bet there's 25% of the population of the United States that has a worse diet than being able to eat every meal at McDonald's.
Morgan Spurlock, I believe,
Yes.
and he was a liar. But you're right, Aphid Lip. It's bad, but you're right in saying, well, I don't know. If somebody's eating French fries and fucking double quarter pounders,
It's still better than Cheetos and grape soda.
God, what a comparison.
they're
Yes, you are
both
correct.
Really bad. One of them is insanely high in calories and saturated fat. The other has literally nothing but chemicals.
GMO corn and chemicals.
Like I saw this documentary in the Appalachian Mountains, and these kids, like so many of them, they're like 80% of the fluids that they consumed was Mountain Dew.
Yeah,
Because
Wow,
Mountain
yeah.
Dew was
I had a
like
friend like that.
$1 for a 2-liter.
they
there
get
was
that.
nothing-
Something like that.
They call it when their teeth all rot out and shit.
Yeah.
Mountain Dew mouth. It's
Yeah.
Nice.
it's bad. I mean, shit. My kid doesn't even like soda, which is great because we've taught her that. So when she gets stuff with bubbles in it, she's like, not for me.
Yeah, my boys
Man,
are like
I wish
that,
I
too.
was. I wish I was like that.
What's funny about your
gave up
example-
seltzer.
I wish I
gave up
hated
seltzer.
cigarettes and didn't like soda.
I gave up.
I would live a much healthier life.
I was drinking like a ton of those lime seltzers, and I realized I think the lime flavor is basically citric acid, and I think that shit was giving me heartburn combined with all
possible.
the carbon, and I cut it out. No heartburn, and I'm just doing straight water, and my heartburn's gone.
Yeah.
I think
Those seltzer drinks, though, the ones that are flavorless, I have a feeling that in the next 5 years, we're going to finally get information from the medical society that shit's pure cancer. Like, however they're creating that flavor that they won't release how, it's just a secret. It's not healthy.
I agree. Now I'll refine that down. So I've removed the fake flavoring. I'm removed the carbon. Now I'm down to water. Now I have these crinkly ass fucking plastic bottles that are releasing microplastics into it.
Nice.
So now
You'll
we
win
have
eventually.
fix that. Then we're gonna have the next fucking thing, So eventually it'll be Spaceballs, and I'll be drinking air.
Perrier, man. Yeah.
The thing that the thing that makes me drink water the most is going out to eat, like a
Yes.
sit down restaurant. we always, because I'm too cheap to allow us all to pay, like $15 for 3 drinks.
I wasn't
Of
thinking it
just
was like the money
iced
aspect.
tea. Oh yeah, for me.
But it's free refills. It's free refills.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah,
like
but you have to pay
it's
the initial
seriously between
the initial
it's,
dollar.
it's between like $3.50 and $5 to buy anything beside it's almost at some places, like during happy hour and stuff, it's cheaper to get a beer at a
hell
sit down
yeah.
restaurant than it is to buy any kind of drink.
So you
So
don't
when we
grab
go
a
out
beer,
to when we go out to
you
Huh?
don't grab a beer and you say to your son, "Oh, root beer for you, man," and you guys don't share a brew. You're like, "No, we're having water."
well luckily my son shares a lot of my opinions on wasting money.
Yeah, stick it to
So-
him, Dad. Water only.
So
Well,
a
share
lot
the
of times
straw.
I let him order first, and I don't tell him to get a water. And if he orders a water, then I'm definitely getting a water.
Do you
What if
high
he orders a
five all the
beer?
waters?
Yeah. Oh yeah. We all know because another thing we do is we try to guess what the bill is before we get it. Just without trying to overthink it or anything. It's just a hobby of ours where we try to,
Some people
guess
go out to
what the
dinner
bill
when
is.
they're going to spend money. They do that, throwing the money away.
Yeah,
Abe
no.
does the opposite. He pulls the money back.
Well, they make fun of me because rarely ever go to a sit down restaurant unless it's a spur of the moment thing where I haven't went to the online menu and
course.
checked every
decide.
single thing
Yeah.
to see because a lot of times I'll get an appetizer because you can get a much better deal and be
Yeah.
just as happy with your meal
No, I hear
if
that.
you get an appetizer.
We just got $100 gift card to a restaurant, and I noticed the restaurant has pizza, sandwiches, sushi. I'm like, we'll make
What?
2 meals out of this. We can score at least a pizza and an appetizer for one meal, and then some sandwiches for the other. Maximize that $100. Some people would be like, well, let's just go out and blow it all on one.
Right.
Hell no. I'm getting 2 out of that shit, dude.
That's
Yeah, there's
like 3 pizzas and some drinks and some wings is easily $100 now.
Right, but it could be 1 pizza and an app, and then the other meal could be
Right.
3 sandwiches, and I'm happy to. I think I'm like Abe, but I like to save money when I know.
Yeah.
Last Dance looks like a 60 Minutes interviewer. Oh, never mind. It was blurred, and it just looked like you were one of those guys with a muffled voice that changed.
Yeah, what
Today
happened? We're in front of a gray screen. Where are the beautiful windows?
Look how comfortable he is.
I
He's no
moved.
longer in his window.
Oh, you moved.
He's gonna pass out on us. That's too comfortable.
Today,
I might
today
move
we
again.
we went to the Buffalo Wild Wings, which I've
you a
never
fan?
had a good time and been happy, but it wasn't our decision making.
Exactly.
So we went there, but for the 3 of us, we got 2. They had you pick 4 of the appetizers, smaller portions, obviously. And we got 2 of those and split them between the 3 of us.
Appetizers are now
way
priced as an
cheaper.
entree, though.
Well, yeah, but if you get 2, you're basically getting 2 entrees and sharing it between 3 people. So
Yeah. Are you a fan of Buffalo Wild Wings? I'm very picky with
no,
wings
it's
when I go to a
horrible.
joint.
That's what I just said. I've never had an enjoyable, meal there. It's always
The quality.
usually the one time, the 3 of us on the way home because they had some kind of special or something we went to, and it was only because I live in an area where every fast food or chain restaurant you can think.
I could, but I ain't.
And I live in an area where we're no further than 2 miles away from every major fast food or sit down chain is, and we could not make it home fast enough before we had. We only have 2 bathrooms.
Oh no.
Oh,
Have you
high
guys-
bacteria count. Jesus, that's bad.
You guys don't have Cluck U's, right? I'm guessing that's
No.
only Maryland.
No, I would
What is
remember that one.
Cluck U. It's a wing place.
No. No.
Let me tell you, the only time I went to Buffalo Wild Wings, we ordered an app, and they gave it to us in this plastic basket with some paper that was like wax paper.
Yeah,
And we
sure.
were basically all right, that's it. That's the one time we drank our drinks, paid our tab, left, and it's a joke. Who
That's
serves
pretty much-
food like that? But
That's
they're
what it was like
charging
today.
restaurant prices, and yet they're serving it to you like you're at a fucking a ballpark? I mean, give me a break.
Like you're a dog.
It's
We had
disgusting.
we covered the gamut with these because you get to pick 4 and we got 2 of them, so it was 8. We got boneless wings, regular
Yeah.
bone-in wings, onion rings, these cheeseburger sliders, and their chicken strips. and none of it was like, oh, that's awesome. You know, all of it was crap.
Funnily enough, I made an appetizer flight tonight for dinner here at the old smokehouse.
What'd you make?
Yeah.
Ribs, fresh chicken.
Again,
Ribs are an appetizer?
you just had the ribs and you didn't seem that excited about them. So
No,
I
no,
thought you wouldn't try to revisit that for a while.
I bought 3 racks of ribs because they were like $7 for a full rack.
Yeah.
So I was like, the sale was going to be over and I had to get them. I had 2 more. I decided to just cook them today. I left no more smoke. I just tried it in the oven to get them just right and then threw them on the grill shortly. But I'm still on the fence about them. There's a lot of weird little like cartilage pieces in there. It like grosses me out a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In like the end? Are you talking about?
Yeah,
throughout
in
whole
the
thing?
end of each rib, there's that little conical tube
Yeah.
of cartilage.
Oh.
You just spit it
Missing
out,
out,
move
Last
on to
Dance.
the next. Huh?
Last Dance is missing out on that conical tube of cartilage.
Oh man, I feel so sorry for him.
But don't you like? Does that like not bother the average rib eater? It just comes with the territory.
I
Well,
like
my-
it. Depends on the quality of the cartilage.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. No, give me
You just
fat, give me
spit it-
cartilage. I mean, if it's in there and I'm not gonna swallow it, then I just take it out and put it on the plate. You know.
Right? Yeah, I get you. I get you. I mean, it
Spit it
isn't
across the room.
It isn't exactly like a beautiful steak that's just like perfect meat. This
Right.
thing has
Well, even
all
a good
kinds-
ribeyes, you're gonna have that big track of fat that's in the center of it.
Yeah,
You know?
ribeyes are good and bad for that reason. The fat
Right,
is great,
right.
but then it's weird also. So
My
but
wife
yeah,
can't
so
deal with
anyways-
chicken thighs. You know, for the
the
same reason.
flight was ribs, which were decent. Homemade chicken tenders, which I cut, pounded, and breaded myself. Delicious. Mozzarella sticks, the cheap kind that you buy, they're farm guy or whatever brand. They're fine. And buffalo chicken meatballs, and those are pretty good. That's a new thing we've started making here.
You make them from scratch,
Yes.
so you're grounding up. Are you already?
No, I buy
ground?
ground chicken.
Okay.
for
Okay.
that. And it's a simple meatballs buffalo thing recipe, but they're good. They come out nice. So
Do you
it was
wanna-
good.
Do you want to before you end tonight? Do you want to
Little
talk about Mike and
disrespect
Kitty
there.
Burke, the people that wanted to have that foster kid?
Yeah, that sounds good. No, I was honestly, Eastwind, I asked my kid, what do you think? I had a bunch of like foods left, and I'm like, let's cook all the shit we have and not buy anything and, you know, make apps. And sometimes you just want to get another day out of what you have in the house and put off the shopping until Sunday. So like, I feel like that's a win, right? If you fucking like have food, you eat the food you have, even though it might not be the grade A stuff. Sometimes you got to finish off the food of the week and then you get the new stuff. And I feel like we succeeded in that today. Just to answer his question. And RW, do you want to summarize this?
Yeah, I've just been reading it now. So, basically, this is in Southampton, Massachusetts. There's a couple named Mike and Kitty Burke. They're a Catholic couple, and they were denied a foster care license. The claim is that they were denied a foster care license by the state's Department of Children and Families due to their religious beliefs about marriage, sexuality, and gender. So they filed a federal lawsuit, and that remains ongoing. So the background, the denial reason was during the process, they were questioned extensively about their Catholic views. They stated they would love and support any child, blah, 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 blah. But the fact that they were using pronouns they were not willing to use pronouns inconsistent with biological sex. Supporting gender affirming care was not on their list, and affirming safe-sex relationships as morally acceptable was not on their list. So the department determined that because of their faith, they were not supportive of LGBTQ identities, and did not allow them to have the child. So they sued for First Amendment rights. And even though the state of Massachusetts has revised its gender identity policy, claiming that it allows traditional religious beliefs, they still doubled down and did not allow that family to have a child. So do you guys have any thoughts on this case? To me, it's an extreme overreach if this is a true claim.
I do, but I'd like other people to speak first if they have something to say.
Well, I think it's. I definitely think it's a terrible policy for one thing. Saying, treating you couldn't say this to natural parents, biological parents of their child. They can raise their child, with whatever beliefs they care, whether it's religiously based or not. So you really are sort of using your power as of the state to decide whether foster parents are approved.
Yeah, but
You're
foster doesn't imply like long term. Foster is sort of inherently sort of a stepping stone to parent for a kid to get into a forever home, if you will.
Yeah, I don't see. I think it's a mistake to force foster parents to support a child's gender, whatever gender identity they take on.
Let me counter you with something else, Last Dance, if you will.
Okay.
Firstly, English Bottle Cap does sort of reaffirm what I was just saying there. So, most of the kids who are in the foster program, would you say they're in a fairly vulnerable position?
Well, they're in the foster program. Whether you call that vulnerable or not is.
All right. So whatever you might want to call it, they're in a difficult position for somebody at that age. They don't have a lot of security with life, living, a place to live. Difficult place. Would you admit that much?
I think it depends on the child, but yeah, I think being in foster care is not as good as in general.
Let's put it this way. Being in a loving home with two parents and is way up high on the kid level of being happy, and then like being a foster is way down low. That's not hard.
You're assuming that the foster family would treat them like garbage. It's also possible.
No, I'm just saying from the perspective of the child. The child might come into a great foster home, but they're already in a position of insecurity where this is a kid who doesn't know what's happening yet. They're trying to get this kid into a suitable place to exist comfortably. I'm sure it's probably distressing for the kid. Should the kid, if they happen to be in their mind, whether or not you agree with it or not, thinking that they're of a different gender than what they are biologically, be put with parents who will not recognize that in a state that this kid already might be kind of a little fucked up anyways? Maybe it's even contributing to that. So maybe the thing that the parents have with their religious beliefs might even be more disruptive for the kid.
I'd like to answer after him.
No, you go ahead, RW.
I want to hear your view.
I mean, there's a lot of maybes and ifs there. I certainly think that foster parents should be chosen carefully for foster children, but I certainly wouldn't exclude foster parents for every child because they refuse to reinforce or support a child's gender identity.
So what you're saying is you wouldn't pair trans kids with these Catholic parents, but you might pair Catholic kids with the Catholic parents?
It depends on the age of the child. The younger the child, the less consequential and the less weight I would give to gender identity.
Fair.
Um,
But even still, like, this is a new relationship between these foster parents and this child. So it's going to start right off with them saying, like, well, we're not going to call you that. Obviously, the relationship is going to be shit from the beginning if they're trying to build it on whatever trust and yada yada. I don't fucking know. I'm not a psychologist, but I understand the reasoning behind. If these parents won't say it, then there needs to be some discrimination between giving them any kid or maybe just giving them certain kids.
Are these parents being denied the opportunity to be a foster parent of any child? Or
Yes.
just a particular child?
That's my understanding.
Any child. That's the kicker.
So that I think is wrong. I would assume that foster parents and foster children are, there's an attempt to match them for, for lack of a better term, compatibility.
Sure.
So, I mean, if this was a 17-year-old child, who has, is trans or something, I might not match them with a parent who, would not accept that. And that's not even crediting the child's gender identity. It's just avoiding conflict, where there would obviously be conflict. So
and
you
it's
agree
only
with
been
me.
spoken of from one angle. You're speaking of it
No.
as if the child. Sorry.
You agree with me in that they should just pick the appropriate parent for the appropriate kid.
I do agree with that, but it's more what's appropriate for a 17-year-old is, will just inevitably give more weight to the 17-year-old's view of the world because they have a more mature mind than a 13-year-old or a 12-year-old or 10-year-old.
So what that comes down to basically is what the state is saying is, if you don't think like us, we're not going to allow you to be in the club.
That is what they're saying, basically.
They're not going to say we are going to conform to your religious beliefs so you could have a healthy heterosexual, however they identify it when it's a youth, it just seems, I don't know. I don't really know, but like a straight kid, I guess, that they would pair them up with the Catholics and then they'd give the more avant-garde kid to the liberal parents. At that point, you're getting into this weird thing with the government is kind of odd too, to be honest with you.
I'm concerned with the grooming aspect because if a child is there's multiple scenarios. A child that is thinks conservatively in their mind and they're given to parents that follow the state's understanding of ideology, then that family could groom that child into a different existence.
Right.
So there's also that problem. So why does the state allow? Why is the state allowed to dictate what's psychologically healthy for the youth when many people clearly disagree with that standard?
Exactly. And secondly, having a state like Massachusetts define what is right, left, center, and then sort of to divide and categorize every single thing it's going to be all fucked up. I can tell you that from the get-go. They screw everything up here in government. Everything. This is just another example of it. But my point is, I guess, and you guys saw it too, obviously, with our interest in this story, is I feel like there's a lot of ambiguity here in which way you could lean. Because
What does that mean?
as I pointed out, I do feel like the kid is going to be in a vulnerable position, and I don't want them to get the lion's share of discomfort by being paired with parents who would be difficult for them to live with if they're already kind of in the system, which is not a great system to begin with.
The fact
will-
that that's go ahead. Sorry.
No, you go ahead, RW.
I'm pissed. The fact that that system is, in my opinion, fucking kids up and making sure that only certain people that are willing to fuck them up also can get the kids, I find that of a high concern. Now,
What's
it's very
the best
possible that
answer?
they could have a good experience, but I'm just saying I don't like the vibe that I'm getting from it.
What's the best answer then?
People that
Well-
want to raise kids, give them the opportunity to raise kids.
Yeah, I think Smoke Steve. I agree with you. To a point, but their vulnerability is more severe in the fact that they aren't with parents. So
Right.
getting them into a foster home, no matter what the religion or beliefs about gender or LGBTQ, what those beliefs are is probably not the most important thing.
It depends on how they're
No.
being forced or not. That's the
But
issue there.
to you, they're not. But what if they are to them?
More important than not having more important than having foster parents.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not there. I'm not them. All I know is these people get
What's
pretty
the-
passionate
what's the-
about this stuff.
And I don't know what you guys are even talking about because I went to the bathroom right when apparently the question was posed. But what's the level below foster parents?
Foster care, orphanage.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So is that situation better than somebody that might have, slightly different views from the rest of the,
Yeah, that's kind of my point. And
yeah.
Slightly different in which direction is also a question I have.
No, I mean, are they gonna have a better quality of life if they live with these foster parents that have different views than some people might find acceptable?
I think that's so case by case. It's hard to generalize. It's possible that an orphanage would be a good orphanage that loves the kids and takes care of them. It's possible that they're a freaking Annie hellhole or something.
Well, I mean, do a study and see if a kid that grew up in an orphanage is happier than a kid that grew up in, maybe.
if orphanages were great, there wouldn't be a need for foster parents.
Exactly, that wouldn't be the next step.
Right.
I mean, but just volume period. You'd
And
have
not
to have
just
so many of them.
not just for the kids' sake, but for realistic purposes. I mean, do we have to have a orphanage on, double up the amount of orphanages because
Right. It's
know-
more practical and efficient for society to onboard them into families.
That's exactly right. I mean, unfortunately, you have to look at statistically what is the best situation for all aspects.
Right. And
know,
and go ahead.
I was just going to say, foster care and foster parents and the selection process, they've always had to deal with trickier questions than other branches of government. Do you place kids of one race? Do you try and place them with parents of the same race? Kids that were, previously raised under one religion, maybe from one set of foster parents. Do you try and maintain that religion? It is a trickier, more difficult environment to deal with. So I certainly sympathize with the difficulty that foster officials have in matching parents. I just don't really see that they should ban parents altogether, potential foster parents, because they might refuse to accept a child's gender identity or LGBTQ status.
Right. Because they're conservative Christian.
Right.
Yeah. If anything, yeah, but that's besides the point. Where is the line that the state should be allowed to have a say in what's good or bad for a child? I mean, who gets to decide what that is? whether it's a
Well,
conservative
well, should
Christian or a liberal transgender or whatever.
Should the child have any input?
I think the child should have a say, yes, but if a system is legislating law of where the lines are, like what's giving them the power to say where those lines are? Because if gender ideology was allowed to dictate that for a period of time, how is that? Who allowed that, and how does that work out?
Fair. I mean, with Massachusetts, with this whole thing, I think they're missing the boat in that they're basically saying it's all or nothing. Either you are one of us or you can't do charitable works towards, basically parentless children, which is rough.
Can that be considered coercion?
No, well, what I think is these Catholic people who probably want to do this might be thinking like, well, we don't want to have kids. We're probably both professionals, make good money, but we want to do charitable works anyway. So like, why don't they let us help with the foster system, which is a great thing. Very altruistic, very, very cool. A lot of charity there, but to have the state say, if you don't conform in every sense, then we're not going to give you a kid, even though there might be tons of kids that would be perfect for them.
But think
That
about
is stupid.
Think about the conformity. If we could look at data over history of children being born in a conservative Catholic household versus a liberal transgender household, if we could look at that data, we should be able to see which children suffered more later on in life or during that experience or whatever. If we could actually see that data and one showed that it was definitely worse, I would hope that whatever that is would be considered to be a problem instead of the people that weren't having the problem. So in other words, if we find the truth is that the liberal mindset is causing more issues in the youth, that should be fair data.
For what?
For setting standards. It shouldn't be that the people that are causing more problems can say you have to do what we're doing or else you can't even have kids.
I mean, I don't know. I think that's kind of ridiculous. I mean, if somebody wants to take care of some kids, and then we shouldn't look at if they think this way or that way.
There's a line still, like you wouldn't want those people to be pedophiles, correct?
Well, of course, but their ideology, I'm not gonna, that's ridiculous. You're talking about a 50-50 cut. What do you want to? Are you saying?
I'm
Because
not sure what it is, 50-50.
I mean, it's probably close. What would you say?
The people that are liberal versus conservative is 50-50?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
You don't think it is?
I don't know.
Well, what would you guess it was?
For people even on the conservative side that are accepting the gender ideology, I would say probably 75-25. I would think 25 conservative.
Okay, let's say 75-25. So you're
What do
saying
you mean
that
gender ideology? What is that?
The acceptance of the new age of biology. The
No,
being able to be a boy
nobody
or girl.
fucking believes that horse shit, dude.
You don't think
We
the
got-
majority?
No way. We got men and women. We got gay men and gay women, and then that's it.
Okay.
Let me go back to you say 75-25. So are you saying that we should, because statistically you've proven that, let's say the 25%, like the kids don't turn out some way that we want to shut off, 25% of foster parents and just shut that down, and we're going to take up that slack. You think?
No. So I think what you're saying is
we put them back in. We go back to putting them back in orphanages. You think that?
No. Well, at least let me say it this way. If the 75% of the people are actually the problem, they shouldn't be allowed to stop the 25% from having a chance. If statistics show that the actual 75% are actually doing worse of a job, I'm just saying that they shouldn't be able to dictate that the 25 can't do it.
Well, why worry about who? It shouldn't be if somebody thinks this way, they shouldn't be able to foster a kid. That's what I'm saying. Is that something?
I agree with you. I'm concerned that the people that based on this study, the people that were making that decisions that weren't allowing other people to do stuff were almost being hypocritical.
I don't know what you're saying.
Okay. Well, I would like everybody to be able to raise a child, but there's certain things I believe personally that are not good for a child to be raised. Should I be able to dictate if they can or can't? No. Do I want the state to be able to do that? Not really, especially if they're doing it and stopping the people I believe that would do a better job from actually being able to have a child. It's a lot of not making sense to me in how Massachusetts was even in this situation.
What exactly does a foster? What is a foster parent? What is their role? Are they where a child is sent before they can find an adoptive family?
I am asking now.
I'll
There's
say
sort of
this:
a transition.
it takes all kinds of people in this world, and it even takes the ones that you don't agree with and that you think are stupid and don't make the right decision. But it
Freeze
takes
out
those
here, dude.
it takes
Freeze.
those people to make the world go round. We don't want too many people that think exactly the same way. It's good to have the people that are fucking crazy and the people that are smart and us that are in between.
I agree with
we're down
you
to
that I agree with
25
you.
up here. 25 degrees still.
I agree with
fucking
you that a
right now.
group functions and it has to function relying on people in different camps and herds that have different beliefs and strengths and weaknesses. In my own mind, I'm still okay with thinking that I wouldn't mind if more of this group was different. I'm not going to force that to happen, but I still have that belief that I think it would function better without certain aspects of that group.
What do you mean, this group here?
No, talking about society as
Who don't you
as a
like?
whole.
Go ahead, tell us. Let's go.
Do what?
You don't like somebody. I get you. I read you.
Oh,
I
no.
read you loud and clear.
Of all places I've been on the internet, this is the exact opposite.
I know, man. I'm busting your chops. So continue with your statement before I start fucking with you.
The question that Last Dance has was about the responsibility of a foster parent. According to Grok, they provide temporary, safe, nurturing care for a child who cannot safely live on their own, live with their biological parents due to whatever reasons. Their primary role is to offer stability, support the child physically and emotionally, and work as part of a team toward the child's permanency goal, usually reunification with their original family, an adoption, or another permanent placement. So does that basically answer your question?
Yes.
So obviously, Last Dance, there's situations where they want to get a kid into some kind of home and parents can make money and put the kid up in their home. And usually it's okay. Sometimes it's completely toxic. Sometimes it's not. I don't know.
Yeah, if you're
But we're
doing it for
talking-
money, I don't know about that one.
Well, there are people who do it for money.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, there is.
yeah. I'm curious how much they make and if that affects why they're doing it.
But still,
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
is the percentage of foster parents, taking advantage or having kids in a bad situation worse than the situation of orphanages or whatever we call them?
I don't know.
With
I don't know.
with
The kid suffers either way. I don't know which one's more suffering.
yeah, that's what it comes down to.
Nobody could know.
I mean, I think that most people that foster and most people that are like social workers and stuff like that, those people don't work for money, man. Those people do that job because it
It's their
means
calling.
something to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, it's just a feeling, I guess, but I feel like most people that are willing to onboard a kid with all the risk and responsibility that comes with that, they're not doing it for money. There's easier ways to make money.
I don't know either.
Yeah, but if you don't want to work and you just want to stay home,
There's definitely work involved.
You get two like kids that have some problems, some slow kids or something,
You're still going to be working.
Huh?
Your workload's
Yeah,
gonna go
but I
up.
mean, if what I'm saying is good for those people that put, that take up the slack, and we need those people. We need those people that don't want to work a 9 to 5, but are willing to take care of some unwanted child that,
Nathan Lip, you're from like the 1970s. You call special needs kids slow.
I don't know.
I thought he said
Man,
slow.
I know. I know it's totally disrespectful. I did not mean it.
It's okay.
I don't think it's disrespectful. That's
But
literally
I
what
just
retarded
use
What
means.
did you think he said RW? Slope?
Sloped, like their brain was like at an angle. 'cause
No,
No, slope means fucking Asian,
I'm
dude.
thinking
of- Right.
That's like
I'm-
The
racist.
slur.
That's slant.
I'm thinking of several people that
Oh my
in my
God.
lifetime that I've known usually live in very low, like even trailer situations, and they'll have
What, elevation wise?
no, like they live in a mobile home, and they take care of multiple I don't want to be
I
ignorant. Like
don't
mental
know.
retard is that like
Yeah, special
Okay to
needs,
say.
mentally retarded, whatever you want.
yeah, kids, that I've known throughout my life, that and they don't work a 9 to 5 job. They get paid to take care of 2 or 3 and it seems like the kids are happy. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. And are they living a better life, being able to go out in the backyard and do stuff instead of living in an orphanage? I don't know. I don't know.
Hell
but
yeah,
I
they
wanna
are.
think so.
It's a
I
lot-
think
lot
so.
of-
They
lot of
seem
what-
like they go to town, live in a usually really small community.
That's okay though. Like if they find some enjoyment and that person who's hosting them is helping them, it's a win-win situation
Yeah,
for everybody.
Right.
It isn't gonna. You don't have to bring them to scuba dive on the Great Barrier Reef. These people
Right.
probably find enjoyment in getting a muffin.
And these people I'm talking about, they didn't live high off the hog from getting money from the government to pay for their small existence. And it seemed like the families were good, all the ones I'm thinking of.
Yeah, exactly, Mr.
I also think in most
they get
areas
interaction. They like
there is there are many more children that need foster parents than there are foster parents.
Right.
So it's probably a mistake to shrink that pool even further by having ideology tests that
Yes.
foster parents have to
saying, like,
pass.
20, let's say it was the 25%, like just shit on 25% of the people that are willing to do this. And I'm sure that there's a lot of examples of people that don't do good and they're ignorant, and the kids are like, oh my God, that was the worst experience of my life living in that foster situation. But if those same kids had a situation where they were living with 20 or 30 other kids and some cot situation or something, heaven knows what they have to live through, that they wouldn't be like even more worse against that. I don't know. I just
Right.
It's also saying
I feel like we need as many foster parents that sign up for that duty. We should never take away any of them, is what I'm saying.
Right.
It's certainly, because of an ideology issue, should be the last
Right.
last thing you should ever disqualify somebody.
So you think there should be some selective editing with the kids that they get, as opposed to, say, a well-employed liberal couple?
I
Why are you
have
saying
faith.
well employed, like the other guys
I mean,
are under.
I have
No,
faith.
I just mean an equal to them, but more with liberal beliefs. So I'm saying the Catholic couple should be editing. The people should choose whoever these people are that decide what children go to certain families. So you guys are advocating for them to edit and say, okay, we're going to have like only the straight kids go to the Catholic families, and then we're going to have to try to funnel more of the trans or liberally minded kids towards the liberal families. So
I'm sure if if there's any blatant, examples of that are easily foreseen, that they try to put the kids in the best possible situations that they could. I have faith that the people in those positions are
Well, that's the
in a
point about the
situation where they're
Massachusetts
like
thing.
they know like some super conservative, and they get some 5-year-old blue hair that has been with some family that's made them think that way. They're not going to stick them one, or maybe if they do and it is better for the kid in the long
Maybe
run.
that's the case, Aphid. We don't
I
know,
don't
but it's for other people to decide to.
No,
is it
I
hands
don't
off
think
to
we
just
should
let them
be
continue
telling
with whatever they
anybody that
had.
I don't be, hardly anybody that we should be telling them that they can't foster kids.
Yeah, I'm all for, trying to find the best match possible. But if it's a choice between foster parents that are maybe not the best match for gender identity or sexuality, and no foster parents at all, I suspect that it's best to go with the not perfect match foster parents.
Right.
Because
I mean,
it's hard to know what's best for that child, because the blue-haired child might benefit from the conservative family because it gives them an understanding that they need that would give them the best life. It could be the other
Right.
way around.
Could
It could be
be.
that the conservative
could
kid
be.
going to the
Well,
blue-haired
of
family has a better existence in the end. I don't know.
Of
Or it could
course,
just
it
be
could
you're more
be,
comfortable with the way they turn out.
but that's purely speculation. Like that's 100%.
There's so many what ifs. Like, it's just that it's a possibility.
Well, I guess when you're trying to do these pairing scenarios, these social workers try to reduce the what if percentages by achieving the most amount of continuity with one kid to one couple, i.e., adult, that they're
Right.
going
It's
with.
the most
So they're not going to
hands-on
go ahead and like pair up some fucking, tap dancing purple haired boy with the fucking, two Catholic, hardcore Catholics. That would be silly, like, wouldn't it? I mean,
I understand what you're saying. It makes sense. It's the most hands-off approach to have continuity. Whatever they know of that child's life, they find a match that's closest to that. That makes sense to me. It's not fair for me to impose, if I was that worker, to try and course correct these kids by sending them into specific families, because that specific family might be a bunch of drunks that ruin their life. There's so many variables.
and also
There's so
that's
many
not
variables.
even your job as the foster parent. It's more
As a
to
state
give
worker,
them.
right? I don't
You're
think that's
trying
why
to
when
give
the
the kid
state
the
was saying,
comfortable life to just exist and thrive as a child. I guess
that's why this case of the state saying we have the right to dictate if you can be a part of this framework because of your beliefs. That's so out far. I hope they get sued to oblivion for that shit. Or at least there's repercussions for the individual. I don't know. Fuck it.
Yeah, what it comes down to, RW, is I think for that Catholic couple to be able to do it, they need to be allowed to choose the child, because clearly it's not going to work with some kids. But if I was to guess, and not knowing the couple directly, I can't speak, but from what I know about them, I would think they're in this for the charity aspect, and they were probably willing to give a kid or some kids a pretty nice life,
Think about it this way. Even as a parent with your own views that you're trying to teach your child, that child's still going to become whatever they're going to become. And parents can go at that different ways. They can deal with it different ways. So that the Catholic people weren't allowed to be in the system. They're taking away for their chance to actually be helpful. They might not be helpful, but they also could be a great addition. They're just not allowing that.
Yeah, right. They're not allowing it from the get up.
They're dictating because you don't have these specific beliefs, you're not allowed to try. That's impressive.
Problematic.
But even for myself, my boys are getting to an older age. At a certain point, I'm sure I'm going to be coming across some scenarios where it's like, okay.
Would you let them
what do I
go
do
with
now?
a different religion if they said, "I want to check
I want
out
them,
something
yeah.
else"?
I believe in freedom of belief. So I'm going to teach them my understanding of reality based off of my sources of information. I'll openly talk to them about that. If they have a different belief, I'm definitely going to be the person in their life I hope that they can talk to about the concept of faith or truth in any aspect. So if I'm a hard ass, I suck at parenting, you know, I hope that at some point in time I'm able to connect on them the same way that we're connecting in these conversations.
Yes. Did you feel like you indoctrinated them at a young age?
I believe that I am teaching them a lot of information at a young age, yes.
Is that information in line with a particular religion?
It's in line with, I believe, the actual understanding of scripture. I'm not a stickler for, I have a background in the Adventist faith, but I'm already at war with their doctrines because they're not scriptural. So my goal is to understand scripture and what it means, even though it all comes down to interpretation. I'm trying to have the most unbiased actual interpretation and give that to people.
Interesting. I like it, man. Sounds like
But
you
they're
have
young. Like I can, the concepts are very layered and complicated. So even today, I was like, "Hey, what do you think about this and that?" And they're like, "Krusty Krab." Like I was talking about, you can only have two gods, either money or God. And they're like, "Oh yeah, that's like Krusty Krab. He loves money." And I was like, "That's an excellent example." Worship. Exactly. So we're not going to have the level of conversation I was hoping, but this is where you're at. That's a fair deal.
the old Krusty Krab allegory.
Yeah. I didn't know it was going to be so important, but it's impacting young minds.
They hit you with the old Krusty. Yeah, well, back to the drawing board. I mean, that's the thing with kids. They're so out there. You just gotta shape them. It's almost like a rough clay when they're a kid, and then as they get older,
I'm a rough clay.
Exactly. Exactly.
How
We
do you
all
guys have when you talk to your kids? Where are you at? Like you all have kids of different ages. What do they engage with you? What do you try and engage with them on? What do they engage? What do they try to engage with you? And are you guys good at having a conversation?
Last Dance.
I mean, my kids are in their 30s, so yeah.
Do you still talk to them?
Sometimes.
What do you try and engage them with? Just hello or anything like you like to share certain types of stuff?
Yeah, just hello. What's happening in their lives?
Okay.
When's the next time you're getting together with them?
I don't know. There's no set time.
You didn't have
you can have the lights working party and invite them all over.
You guys gonna celebrate Easter?
Well, my one daughter's living in Chicago at the moment, so.
Well, I mean, do you celebrate the Easter?
No. Celebrate isn't really the word I would use. We pretend, we used to hide the eggs when they were little, give them chocolate bunnies. I mean,
Do you have any relation to it whatsoever today?
That's cute.
No.
Yeah, I don't either. What about Steve and Aphid? Do you guys, what do you try to talk about with your kids, and what are their interests that they're trying to talk to you about? Is there anything that stands out?
Not really.
Okay.
If I was to do an Easter egg hunt now with the daughter and nephews and niece, if there isn't like cash in the fucking Easter eggs, they're not even going to be bothered. Like that's just how it goes.
Oh, that's brutal.
When they were
Probably
kids,
a lot of Kit Kats
like,
and
yeah, when they were kids, chocolate and fucking candy and shit was good enough. Now it's at least $5 per egg. maybe 10.
Wow, inflation, bros, like a quarter,
Yeah.
if that, back in the day.
You know what that means? No fucking Easter eggs. Because
Yeah,
I'll be fucking snatching those. I'll put them down and then I'll open them up, put that shit right back in my wallet. I ain't having no fucking egg for $5. Old Uncle Stevie don't play like that.
right.
And I'll tell them that shit, dude. I'll be like, yo, fucking freedom is over, kids. Make your own money now. I ain't fucking doing that shit.
You can say that you hid the eggs under like all the leaves and have them rake the leaves, and then you can give them $5 and it's justified.
Good move. I never was that. I was never that smart.
Villains are made.
Yeah, I'll give them more, like, booze. I don't give them money. It's booze.
So if you have little airplane liquor bottles hidden in bottles around the property, that would be your idea of a Easter egg hunt.
Exactly. Yeah.
That might be pretty fun, actually.
Well, guys,
What do you think?
I am very tired.
We are at
All that electrical work.
almost
Fair enough.
midnight. Anyone else have anything they want to talk about? Last Dance. We'll see you later. We're gonna
All
keep
right.
the show going.
All right, take it easy, guys.
All right.
Yeah, have a good one, Last Dance. Pleasure.
All right. Well, now that Last Dance is gone, let's play some real music.
Sure.
Thinking Donna Summer, Dancing Queen. What do you guys think?
I think if we were going with gayest choice, that would probably be up there.
All right.
You guys, so I mean, I have a couple things. I don't know if you guys are going to be interested in them though.
What do you think, Last David Lip? Last Dance is gone, so I'm gonna have somebody with last. So you are now Last David Lip.
He's muted.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Here we go.
You've been muted for a long time. I hope that was intentional.
No, I didn't mute it. I haven't leaned forward and like somebody else must have muted it.
Dude's got fucking 91 screens behind him, and he's still.
Dude, I didn't fucking mute myself. I swear to God.
I
I'm
didn't.
just wondering, like, how long back I've been muted. Like,
I don't know. I
Did
thought
did
it
I,
was
say,
it was like
did I
10
have
minutes.
conversations with you guys? And,
I was wondering why you weren't kind of pushing in. I thought you were just leaning back and chilling.
Yeah, it's probably
no,
like
I didn't push the button, so I don't know how.
25 minutes of muted.
Maybe that was Last Dance troll before he left. He
I
just
guess
did it.
he apparently was sick of hearing from me. Don't blame him. Oh, I heard. What I was gonna say was, I went to the grocery store tonight and I heard, "What's Love Got to Do with It" from Tina Turner. Do you remember that song?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What's love but a temporary
And it was,
emotion?
yeah, I was like seeing it, and then I was like, she's gone. I'm like, man, how old was she when she sang that song? I'm thinking she was probably younger than I am now when she sang that song. So that's all I got left.
Yeah.
Is
Wow.
the distance of time from when I first heard that song till now. I got less than that time left.
I don't think of her music when I think of her name. I think of her character in Thunderdome, or like the
Yeah,
Mad Max,
hell yeah.
like the whatever cracked out outfit she had on and her floofed hair.
That yeah, it was like those like a metal cheap pasta like strainer type like made on
He
TV.
did have nice legs.
Over.
There's Steve remembered the good stuff.
Do you remember that? You
Optimistic.
guys, she had decent gams.
Yeah,
I don't remember. I don't remember that part. I just remember her hair. Like her hair was so.
She was never attractive though. She was always butchy, like almost like she's the type of chick that would totally like kick your ass, you know, if you messed up.
What a
Steve's still paying
whore.
attention. He apparently really liked the Thunderdome.
That was a good movie,
Thunderdome.
man.
Thunderdome. Eh.
2 men enter, 1 man leaves, dude.
It wasn't that good. I mean, it was
It's
no
been
Mad
a long-
Max.
It's been a long time since I've seen that movie, so I probably won't go back to see it to ruin my interpretation of it being such a badass movie when I was a
Well,
kid.
the previous one, Mad Max, the other one there, Mad Max.
Just Mad Max, I think it was called. Yeah.
I think it was called Mad Max Ham Sandwich. Was
No,
Yeah.
not it.
I think you might be right.
I think that last drink was a little strong.
Well, there was 2 before the Thunderdome, so
Yeah, what was? Yeah, there was. There was.
It's
There was the
Evo
Road
says
Warrior.
beyond.
Road Warrior was number 2, and the first
Road Warrior was number 2, and the first
Mad
one
Max.
was just plain Mad Max.
I didn't know there was that many. I thought there was
Yeah.
only two old ones and one new one, or 2 new ones.
No. There's 2 new ones and there's 3 old ones.
Okay, I haven't seen one of them then, or I have and I just don't remember.
I think in Road Warrior was when he handcuffed the guy to the car, and then he like sprinkled the gas around,
That's the very end of the first one.
and then he fucking gives him the hacksaw, and he tells him he has like
Yeah, right.
2 minutes or whatever to cut himself
Right.
out. That
Because
was
he was still like a cop in the first one. There was some organized thing that he was a part of, and
Right.
and Road Warrior, like it's total like nothing's left. You know.
those
Society's
cars.
really
Adrian,
fallen.
those-
I didn't
those
realize
fucking-
that in the first one. That
those
society
Camaros,
was different.
right? Those Camaros.
No, they weren't Camaros. They were like some kind of
Thunderbird.
like Australian car that we don't have over here.
Oh,
Sort of had a Camaro look.
Yeah, it was like
it was
that.
a
Yeah,
2-door.
definitely.
what would they call that?
Yeah.
It was a 2-door, but it was fucking fire.
Yeah.
And I think they like played the scenes when that thing was like floored and like fucking hyperspeed or something on the playback. It seemed to be that thing was like
They sped up the film a little bit.
0 to 60 in like
Yeah.
1.1 seconds.
Right.
It's like holy shit! It's faster than the space shuttle, for Christ's sake.
It was a
But-
Ford Falcon XB, so the Falcon is actually a Mustang.
Yeah, but it wasn't. It was like Australia specific. The body of that car. If you look
For the Falcons, when I was in Australia, they were the same exact bodies. The outsides just had a different name. So if back in 1973, if they had different bodies, actually, that'd be cool.
Yeah, this was a
Really
totally
sad.
different car than what we got over here. It was like mid to late 70s. I'd probably, if I had to guess, 78.
Epic.
Yeah, it looked way cool. But I definitely see why you say Camaro on that. I'll share a link.
Good classic movies. Well, what do we think here?
I at least want to see if you guys are aware that Trump's going to be changing currency so that it's his
Yeah,
signature on all
I
of the
heard that.
currency.
Yeah, that's rad, isn't it?
What is that
Talk
now?
about territorial pissings. Like,
Dude, that dude, I'm telling you, dude, that dude like wants his mark on every part of our American history.
I was thinking,
And
of
he
you
will
when I
not be
saw that
happy
article.
until that is done.
I was literally thinking of you in that article when I read this article because I was like, I remember talking multiple times about now he's going to put his name on this and that, and it's like now he's literally going to have his name on every single currency note or just the
Yeah,
$100
dude.
bills, just the most valuable ones.
Like, I think he would really, really, really like to have his face carved as like a 5th figure in Mount Rushmore.
As long as
I
he
think
paid for it.
He would fund for that to happen, I think. For
And
sure.
I think that the monument for the first time in 50 years would start seeing a lot of traffic again.
Huh.
That's what's important.
It's not as important. Yeah, that's fair. I visited Crazy Horse when I was young. I visited Rushmore and Crazy Horse, and I'm curious what a Crazy Horse looked like now, because back then it was very, very, very lightly formed. Like there's
Partially
tons
done.
and tons of blasting to go yet.
Yeah, I don't know. I went to Mount Rushmore. It wasn't very impressive. Seemed small.
It's. I remember eating an ice cream there that was extremely overpriced for as long ago as it was, and we looked at the mountain with the lights all shot on it. I mean, it's definitely not your normal sight, but it wasn't exciting for a kid.
Right.
And it's quite a decent walk from the carport back then.
Yeah,
all
we
the
didn't
way.
even get out. We didn't even get our camper.
We traveled.
Okay. You just
We traveled.
the official
traveled on
American
the-
view.
I'll be honest with you. We traveled around the country in it was like a homemade camper. It was like the front of it was like a super old like 60s Chevrolet pickup,
Nice.
and the back was like it looked like a camper that would sit into the bed of a truck. You ever seen those?
Mhm.
But it was part of the, like, from the truck back was like a camper. It was definitely homemade. It wasn't like a Shasta or a Coleman,
As long as it was safe.
Yeah, it was safe, and it had a lot of storage on the outside because we use it to tow our race car across the country and stuff.
Okay.
Wasn't
So
a
my
Shasta
dad-
or a Coleman?
No, dude, this was homemade. And we broke down. When I was a kid, I was 12 years old. We went to, and I'm totally grateful. I don't mean to disrespect my parents, but they took us to Yellowstone National Park, and when we got to the furthest point was Old Faithful, and the truck broke down. But my dad had like the carburetors and starters and any brakes and anything that would be necessary in the outside compartments of this camper. And while we went and watched Old Faithful, and if you've ever been to Yellowstone,
Yeah,
you
man.
go to Old Faithful, and it's like you park in the parking lot, and it's like right there. It's like the main attraction.
Yeah, I
But then
remember that.
after that, there's like fucking cool shit too. There's like mud
Oh,
pots
yeah.
and springs and shit. Like, I think every person that is American needs to go there and experience.
Yes.
Anybody in the world, it's got to be one of the most magical places in the world.
Yes.
But anyway, my dad sat on the parking lot while we were inside checking out the fucking park, and got into one of the cabinets on the outside of this homemade camper thing on the back of this old teal 60s truck that we traveled around the country in, and had the parts and fixed it on the parking lot while we enjoyed ourselves in Yellowstone National Park. So it's a good memory of mine. My old man, doing one for the team and fixing the old truck while we enjoyed ourselves. It was no problem to us.
There's worse places to break down, dude. That was literally my favorite part I visited in the United States of America. And it wasn't Old Faithful itself, which is a cool experience, but it was like Plum Geyser or whatever. There's a duck walk, and you go back, and there's all these different colored pools, and one of them was about the size of a hot tub, I guess, and that would gurgle up every once in a while, and I was fascinated. And
That's
there's
because
assholes that were
that's
throwing
a giant-
cans in it.
That's because that is one of the biggest world grenades that there is waiting.
Here we
to
go,
explode
boys.
at any moment. All right,
Well-
Smoke Steve.
All right. I think
I gotta pee so bad I don't mind.
I think I get your vague meaning there. So
Bum,
I'm gonna-
bum, bum, bum,
Yeah.
bum. The wrong stuff. Here we go. We're gonna
Thanks,
end
Chad.
this.
Bye, guys.
See you.
So we meet again, everybody. Long live FPS Russia. Good night.